I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Right. Hope you guys are doing all right. We got a packed house tonight. Shit is getting crazy on TikTok, family. Shit is getting crazy. I don't know what's going on. Me and Mo and Sutton was on a live earlier with B for All. Shout out to B for All. I don't know what's going on. Ever since they figured out that we were doing this big presentation, the mass Pretendian extermination, shit's been going crazy. Earth, let me turn my shit down because I went on TikTok. Shout out to everybody that crossed over to TikTok to come over here too. Yeah, Earth Speaks and Lord broke into a fight. We was all on a live together. Shit's been crazy. Shit has been crazy. How y'all doing out there? Shout out to everybody that has came. Shout out to Patrice. I see you in the chat. Unspoken, thank you for showing up. Who else is in there? What's that? Versa Cutout? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but you are all welcome. You guys are all welcome. I'm about to pull up some folks to the station going on tonight, fam. So if you guys have not crossed over, I know y'all in TikTok looking at this shit. Y'all need to get over here because I can cuss and say whatever the fuck I want over here. So y'all need to get y'all motherfucking asses over here. Straight up. Come the fuck over here to the light, family. But I appreciate everybody that has came in. I gotta let some family up in to the discussion. That's what we're about to do. So let me get my TikTok mode off real quick. I gotta turn that joint off so I can focus on one thing. I gotta focus on one thing at a time. What's up, family? Y'all are in the show right now. What's going on, family?
You hear me?
What's going on, y'all?
Peace.
I gotta get me an avatar up there.
Yes, yeah. What's up?
Y'all caught me.
Robinson, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's up, brother? I see some of your videos, man. Shout out to you, man. I know you be out here doing good work and stuff, so I see it, man. So you're more than welcome to come up.
Appreciate it, man. I've been seeing it like this. Like my son used to be on TikTok a lot of times, and I was like, man, I ain't getting on no TikTok. And then one day I got to looking, and then I started seeing these lives, and I was like, oh no, something's going on.
Yeah.
I was like, I ain't never heard nothing like this before.
Same here. That's what happened with me. I was like, what is going on this app? I'm not about to, and it was rapid information coming quick. So I'm like, yo, I got to get in front of this shit. I ain't about to be up here dancing.
Look,
people actually they're thinking people are having intellectual, scholastic conversations up here. They be really thinking these people teachers and shit. They ain't making no type of sense at all. And they just eating it up.
Man, I tell you what, I heard something so bad. I was looking at my son cross-eyed like, man, is this what they teaching you in school? Mm-hmm. I was like, ooh. I was about ready to start beating him up, man. I was like, man, you better go on here. He's like, no, I don't believe none of that. I was like, all right, good.
Yeah, the information that they've been putting out here, I noticed the same thing, man. And I think it's a younger crowd, a younger audience that is getting this misinformation. You know what I mean? So it's just rampant, man. So we all here fighting the same cause. But that was crazy, man. Shout out to B for all for having us on her live for a diplomatic discussion. But a lot of them cats was coming in on fucking like debate. I didn't come in there on debate mode. That wasn't my thing. I just so happened to see Mo was gonna go in that motherfucker by himself, and I'm like, all right. At first, and then he went in there, and then I saw Suitin in there. I'm like, oh shit, nah, fuck that. I'm getting in that jump too. And I think it was a healthy discussion. But I think shit got out of hand when it got, there's always an anti-African stink in the room.
Mm-hmm. And that's the only thing that was left. That's what really, I think, pushed their buttons and they had to drift off and get back to personal shit is because everything that their followers were throwing at us, because some of the people on the panel were newcomers and then a lot of people in the comments were throwing out shit. And then when it was time for them to address it, it came out that, oh, that's not what this is all about. This is something else that they didn't even know about. And wait, hold on, your source, they're in the comments talking about something, how do you know your source is right, Mo? Port, how do you know your source is right? Then we had to tell them we're using their sources.
Yeah.
We're not even talking about our sources. We're getting the books that they presented to us, and then it gets all quiet. And then they get mad because they like, damn.
You got to hit the link in the chat. Yeah. Go all the way up, Energy, and hit the link in the chat.
You see they didn't pull up the monkey? I got your monkey right here. Still didn't pull up the monkey that we evolved from.
Right.
Never did.
Oh, no, they did. They did. She had one of them showed the picture on the bottom, but they never said anything. I saw it on there.
A monkey from a scientist saying we evolved from the monkey?
They showed up, they pulled up Lucy.
Yeah, that's not a monkey though.
No, it's an ape. Or
yeah, they said we evolved. They said scientists say that we evolved from a monkey.
Right. So what they're doing is they can't, I guess they can't grasp the concept between an ape and monkeys and stuff like that, and they automatically default back to that because they can't grasp it. From what I see.
In the chat. Put the link in the chat.
Right.
Oh, sure.
But no, so hominid or hominin,
and then they
automatically assume that that's some type of monkey or something.
Who wants to get in?
So I wanted to say this before I go because I was about to hit the gym, but I wanted to come up because every time I'm trying to text y'all while y'all in there, I was like, man, they can't see this because this is like the question because I see exactly what they're doing and I know where they're messing up at. They can't. Their chronological, or what is it? Their dates are messed up. You can't like wrap your head around all the dates. So what's happening is like it looks like it's in reverse when they start at the wrong start point. So they're starting at 1619 or they're starting at 1700, and then they're weaving back and forth between now and then back then. So like if you stop and listen to them, they'll say like, "What about this act?" It's like, okay, that's in the 1800s. Oh yeah, but the 1600s. So okay, we're jumping back to the 1600s. Yeah, but then the 1900s, like, man, y'all just jumping all over these dates.
And they don't know nothing about the 1500s. So they're just starting
exactly.
at 1619. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and then
we just read a paper on that where a historian said if we don't talk about the slave trade from the early 1500s, then history is going to be distorted. People are not going to get a full scope of what actually took place, which is how you would probably get people who get over here and go, oh, shoot, look, there's an African. Or there's a black.
But that's the other thing, though. It doesn't necessarily start in the 1500s. It actually starts in the 1400s. That's the very first contact with the Portuguese. It's around like 1430-ish. But when they missed
1430 in America?
Hold on, what?
Well, the Portuguese started enslaving like in Papua New Guinea, and then all along the side of West Africa in like the 1430s. And one of my videos,
South Carolina in 1503.
Yeah. No. One of my videos, I cover it because what they did was they did that and they started doing like what is it, Sao Tome and all the little islands right next to Africa. So from there, that's where they start sending everything out, and then you go up to the 1500s, and that's where after Columbus, they did the West Indies. So then from there, everything starts dispersing. But if you don't look at that time frame, and you start at 1600, that's when everything was in full swing.
Right.
So it looks confusing. That's why they always say it's, oh, well, they found people in South America. Yeah, that started in early 1500s. You're in the 1600s. Oh, they're sending people over to Liberia. Okay, you're talking about around, what is it, like the 1800s? Or actually, I think it's like late 1700s. Because they keep bringing up that point. Like, oh, they sent them over to West Africa. Okay, well, what date are you talking about? That's why, almost all my conversations, I always ask them, what date are you talking about? And they can't never answer. But once you nail them down on dates, the whole argument falls apart.
Yeah, and then they end up like that video you did where they skip a whole 100 years because they don't know what the centuries mean. That'll really throw you off.
I have the same. Right. I have the same conversations when I talk to like some nationalists. Because they do the same type of thing. What they'll do is they'll say, hey, what happened to the 100 years after slavery? Well, why are you talking about slavery? No, I ain't talking about slavery. When slavery ended, what happened? Oh, you keep on talking about slavery. No, what about the 100 years? Oh, Martin Luther King. I was like, you still skipping it. So I started calling them time skippers because it's like that period of time. They just cannot grasp what happens in that period of time. They do the same thing.
Right.
So that's why I learned by debating. Yeah, I learned by debating them how I debate over here as well. It's what date are you talking about? And then I asked them, well, when did slavery start? Oh, 1619? Nope, you're already lost. Well, how did they get to, I don't know, this country? Well, did you know they were doing this in the 1500s? Well, the 1700s. They can't, their dates are all messed up.
There you go.
So we got people
trying to come up.
Who's trying to come up?
Click the link. When you click the link, you got to credit StreamYard. It's free to start.
You got to show your face and shit like that, like, because I'm not having that. We don't see your face and all of that crazy shit. Because
Yeah, if we don't know you already and we ain't seen your face already, you gotta. No,
not
you. No, we see you
already.
That's
my boy.
You good?
I'm just saying.
Room, you good, bro?
Yeah, we already seen you.
You good? I saw you in the green room. You straight?
Hey, I'm just making sure because. I was an agent. I've been a coon. I've been all sorts of names.
Right. We've been there.
These jokers.
What's my name? What's my name on here? It's still an agent, right? Oh no, it's professor. Yeah.
I don't see your name. I don't see nobody's name.
Who was trying to get in the box? Who's trying to get
I
up?
need to get
Oh,
my
I came up here so
Energy.
fast this time. I didn't even put a name. That's why.
Energy, Lily, and I think Child of the Sun.
Yeah, the link's in there. Y'all come up, man. Y'all are welcome. We just having a discussion right now. It's open conversation right now.
Oh, actually, hey, Port City, did you get that message I sent you about a book?
No, bro.
All right, I'm gonna have to get this.
You gotta go into your y'all following each other?
Yeah.
Am I? I think I am.
Yeah.
I see some of your shit
Oh
all
yeah,
the time.
you'll probably see. If
Yeah, I sent you.
I don't check my shit like I supposed to, so I probably you probably sent it and I didn't pay attention to some shit like that.
Yeah, these
Okay,
motherfuckers is
because
tripping.
in that book, it's like 1400s to I don't know, I can't remember when it is, but pretty much it covers all the 1400s. You got receipts in there, everything. It's like the whole Portuguese thing that's talking about all their outposts, everything.
Okay.
you remember the title?
Hold on, wait. Who is this? Who just joined?
It's me, Sue. Energy.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna give you the title to it.
Yeah, send me the send it to me again, and then yeah, we'll have a discussion. We got that presentation thing. I don't want these mugs to have no ammunition.
So they can't do nothing
Yeah,
anyway.
they can't do
Like
nothing.
I said,
There's nothing they could do.
if you nail them down those first 200 years, they really can't do anything because they don't know those first 200 years.
Yeah, and I got a book
And then,
that got documents that illustrate the 1400s, 1500s. I mean, yeah, like it happened. It happened, and there's a story behind what happened. What happened to Energy? Now, Energy, I didn't boot you. Now this ain't TikTok.
Yeah, come back.
I don't know what happened.
Lily, are you trying to get in the chat too?
Okay,
I think Lily was trying to get up here.
man, how am I gonna sing it then? You mean just tell you what the name of the book is, or just try to say?
No, you can hit present, and you can present it yourself.
You could type it.
You can do it in a private. Do it in a private.
He said he about to roll out, but you gotta you can put it in a private chat. You see private chat on there?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Put it in the private chat.
I mean, you really could say the title. They can't do nothing. Like, I don't care, bro. I don't care if they find something that's true or whatever. That's going with the truth anyway.
I mean, it don't matter because we've been debunking it with they.
You know what? Even if they read it and go through it, it's still going to debunk majority of what they say anyway. I mean, you can't go across it because everything that they've been sending,
Go ahead and say it. Let me see if I already got the book. Go ahead.
It's called The Portuguese in West Africa, 1415 to 1670.
Yeah, that's an awesome book. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got that. We got several others too. Yeah.
And I was gonna tell y'all something before I go. Oh, so I know y'all didn't want to touch the slave trade where it says 12.5.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what they're doing with that as well. They're not reading it right. So it's not 12.5 million to America. It's in the Americas. The whole slave trade. I'm talking about Caribbean, West Indies, everything. Because if you go onto the slave database or slave voyages, if you go into columns, you can click it and turn everything on. It has all the sources. So whenever they say what happened to the boats, if you go into the column, and I think it's like port destination, I brought it up on my Excel spreadsheet on my computer. If you turn that on, it'll tell you exactly what happened to the boat. Some of them were scrapped, some of them sunk, some of them got taken over. You just got to turn the extra columns on.
Okay.
So they're just looking at it without turning the columns on. You can turn on source, and it even tells you where to find out that particular ship as well too.
So they're just broadly looking at this shit and not really.
Exactly. What they're doing is they're saying, because if you listen to what they're saying, oh, there's not 12.5 million people in America. And then they'll say there's only 300,000. Okay, yeah, that's true. But it's 12.5 million, the whole thing. Like from the 1500s, I don't think they went back to the 14, but from the 1500s, the whole thing to each country, not just America.
Up until it was abolished.
Because right, even that, it goes past that. Because if you look, the dates, because there was no ships coming in to America after 1807. You had the U.S., you had Britain. They were pretty much stopping every ship that they thought was a slave ship. So what they were doing is they would refit their ships. Like if they had like a regular ship, in order to avoid detection, they would refit the ship to hold some slaves, not like 300 or something like that, like 20, 30. And then you can also go into like the old newspapers, and they even told about that too, in the old newspapers in the Library of Congress. So the main point I'm trying to get at is they're not reading it correctly. They're just going on there and saying, oh, that's not 12.5, it's 300,000. Nah, that's not how you do it. But you'll see. Just go into the slave database.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that probably after we deal with the people who said that it never happened. Because the numbers are important, but we had to jump on it quick. Like, hold up, you said it never happened. We can't even go. Like in the beginning of these arguments, we were trying to pull up documentation of ships and the records and people leaving receipts. But then they went overboard and say, yo, this never happened at all. So now we just like, okay, forget the numbers. I'm about to just show you. It was because you said I can start at 1. I can start at 5. I don't care what the number is. That's why he had to get up there and go, look, y'all, I take it back. It did happen. Yeah, exactly. And we just walk slowly with it. And then the numbers, the other thing with the numbers as well is I know that there's going to be a lot of numbers that we can't count. So I don't like, even if I could get every record there is and it ends up being, 20 million or something. I know that they did shit that nobody knew about.
Oh, they did.
I know there's way more. And it's like, ugh, I don't want to make the number lower just because we count. But I know it definitely is important to count and get those numbers. And we are going to go through their books because their books have the number of ships. It has the number of people that were traded, and that was just over a 20-year period. We was like at over 100,000 in just a 10 to 20-year period on their receipts. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell it's going to be like when we add up every single receipt that there is on record.
Right.
Well, there's no need to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no need to. The slave trade is one of the most documented things in history. Not even just America. I'm talking about Spain, Portugal, Germany. Everybody documented it. So it's very heavily scrutinized. What you just got to do is you just got to know that when you look at that slave voyage, that it's what they can count. Because like I said, once you turn those columns on and see, they have sources for every one of them. You just got to turn the column on. You're not going to see it if you just go to the website.
And
so once you turn it on.
Where is it at?
So once you bring it up, on the right side, it'll say options or customized.
It's the right same there. Site with the slave voyages?
Exactly.
Okay.
When you're looking at it on the right side, there's like a little, it's either customized or column. You click into that and you get a whole bunch of options because it's too much to show on the website. So you just click into like source. The best one's source. And you know what? Let me bring up my computer and I'll tell you exactly which columns because I turned them on and then it gives you all the sources. It gives you what happened to the boat.
Hey, hold on. Time out real quick. Eric family, Yusuf is trying to get in the box. Are we going to let my man up or what?
It's your love, bro.
He good.
All right.
I ain't got no problem.
All right, the link is in the chat. Come on back in. You've been saying some real slick shit, so that's why I've been reluctant to let you up, brother.
That's what he told to do.
Hey, the link is in the chat.
Are you gonna? Hey, Rob, you on the laptop or are you on the phone?
I'm on the phone, but I'm about to turn my thing around so you can see this.
Yeah, I don't know how to flip the camera on. Yeah, just turn it.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah. Now, where did you navigate from in the beginning of the site? Did you go to?
No, right here. It says configure columns. All this right here.
Configure columns. I see transatlantic, intra-America, people of the Atlantic slave trade, resources, about, blog, and EN English.
On the bottom. Scroll down a little bit more.
Scroll down. Time lapse, timeline.
Yeah, you see where it says configure option or configure columns, I mean.
Hold on.
And then show rows.
Yeah, I'm not. Am I going to database? I'm at the. All I did was type in the website. I'm in the beginning of the website, like the home page.
Hold up.
Okay.
Shit.
Where do I go from there?
Do you see it?
You can share your screen and shit, can't you?
No, he's on the phone. He's on the phone.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you know what? Here. I'll do this. Let me jump out. I'll go on my computer so I can share my screen.
You can do it. You can
All
do
right,
it.
yeah, do that.
I'll let you share the
And
screen.
look, navigate.
Hold on, wait. All he
navigate.
had to do was tell us the website. We could look it up.
That's what we're doing. I'm saying he needs to navigate from the home page because I just logged on to the website. I'm not in wherever you at. I'm in the beginning of the website, like the home page.
All right. All right, here. I'm gonna switch over to my computer.
Okay. Bad. We got Yusuf in the house, family. We got Yusuf in the house, family.
Islam. I'm just realizing I was on. Got some guys in the chats kind of clowning me, saying that I claim native and whatnot. And I wanted to let fam know he got me messed up. I never claimed native. Yeah, I've been on social. Huh?
You've been hanging on their lives. We've been seeing you, brother.
I was just gonna say I've been in the lives, but don't you say I claim native, fam. I claim more wherever I go.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying.
No, not you. Just someone in the comments, and then someone in the comments talking to me like I'm an incompetent. Realize you looking at my library, homie. I was talking about the book that I already read. You ain't got nothing you finna teach me, fam. Not anybody on the panel. I'm talking to homie in the comments.
You read too much, bro.
So if it's a claim of mine you got a problem with, go ahead and express it, or you can easily tap me up and holler at me about a debate. Yeah, but my only claim has always been Africans been in Americas back and forth thousands of years. I never claimed anything else.
You didn't, because you can't prove it. But you said
well, going back to I never claimed anything else. So fan trying to say I claim native and I'm a wabo or this or that.
Bro,
no, I didn't.
Said you gotta pick a side, bro.
Ain't no, I'm a Moor. We was in America, we was in Africa, we was in all places. The planet belongs to us.
How come you don't?
The planet belongs to us.
One at a time, Yusuf. One at a time up here, bro.
They be talking mad trash about us, and you don't stand up, bro. You just let them.
You know, y'all talk mad trash about the Aboriginals. I don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? And people talk mad trash about everybody, but that ain't got that's neither here nor there. You know, I'm not talking mad trash about nobody. I'm not disrespecting people personally or nothing like that. You feel me?
April 22nd.
But you did though.
Maybe
I don't know, bro. You was probably turned up. I don't know. It was a night.
The only time I ever remember being turned up is probably going in on Zion. I remember going in on Zion once.
Who the fuck
I went in on Earth Speaks once. Zion Lex. But
you, man, come on, bro.
You say something.
Zion Lex is on TikTok?
No, it was, I got banned for talking about him on the talk one time. But either case. It's not my MO to talk about Africans. It's not my MO to talk about Pan-Africans. It's not my MO to talk about anybody. That's not what I do. So if you look through my entire page, you ain't gonna see no shit talk, no nothing, none of that. You feel me? I don't jump on live and talk trash.
Somebody use AI on your vocal cords and
man.
Because you was talking greasy like KFC meat churches.
You know what do you call greasy? As in, I'm disrespecting people. I'm disrespecting people's manhoods and families, or I'm talking shit about people's concepts. I don't talk shit about people.
Yeah, I ain't see you talk about nobody's manhood. I give you that though.
I don't talk, but if I might have made some statements on Eurocentrism being retarded, I don't see how black people Eurocentric. Yeah. But did I say this nigga that or this person this and that person that? Hell no.
That's what I'm saying. People that you're using Eurocentric with are using Eurocentric shit to push their doctrine.
And when y'all jump in a battlefield together, you're gonna bang them on that.
but you that's what I'm saying. You brought it up though. So if you're gonna talk, if you're gonna say we're Eurocentric, you need to tell them they're Eurocentric also.
If I'm on the battlefield with one of them, I would come dead at them.
Yusuf, the person that originally came up with human life started in America? You know who the original person that said that?
No.
White
no.
person.
I mean, I know the so-called original person that said that. But again, I grew up with that in my childhood also. And yeah, I got it through the nation and I got it through Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam, pardon Muhammad, but maybe they got it from that individual. I don't know. That's neither here nor there. I never fought for America first. When I look up the data, it says the India came out the waters first. So I'm already, hey, that's a monkey wrench and everything right there. Nonetheless.
Did the human come out the water?
No, if you was to search up the first landmass to come out the water, because
yeah, but I know, like, is that some type of shit that this is why we getting our asses kicked, bro. We are getting our asses kicked all over the globe because our logic is flawed. We come up with things, we learn, and I think what it is, and this is my theory, I think because of the lack of exposure that we have had over all of these years, not being able to read and write, not saying it happened to everybody, but for the most part, a lot of us were not privy to certain types of information, whether it was done on purpose or we were too busy running from being shell-shocked, scared, or just trying to get away from these systems that they're trying to build around the world, because this is not what our people naturally did. But still, so a lot of this information that we thought was European actually came from us. They just didn't tell us that they stole it from us. You don't know where the first clock and calendar and language and refrigerator system
hey, you talking to from. So you talking about the general people don't know. I'm fully aware, and I can tell you Big Ben was in South America, and I can tell you about the calendars in Africa.
I can still kind of hear it in your voice because you're saying like, yo, the first land came. That don't even matter. You should be on there telling people, yo, fuck where the first land came from. We're dealing with humans. We're dealing with humanity. It doesn't matter where a turtle came from. It doesn't matter where corn came from. It doesn't matter where a watermelon came from. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who has a pyramid.
That was my private study checking out the. Hold on, let me fall back a bit. That was my study. That was me looking up for information on land masses, Pangea, first land out the waters, et cetera, in private. I never threw a single post about any of that. You feel me, brother? That's just me doing research because I'm a researcher.
Oh, hey, real quick, Lisa. What about in the chat right here? It says, "I see you on the live with hate and supporting anti-African rhetoric." You want to speak on that while we're here for the family?
Well, going back to, I'm not the anti-African guy. They say supporting anti-African rhetoric. How? By not jumping up to get into an argument on live with an individual that seems to have anti-African hate?
Yeah, get blocked for that.
And you know, and anti-European hate. You know how much I hate when motherfuckers talk shit about Africans? You know how much I hate when people talk shit about Europeans, family? You know what else? I'm mixed. My peoples are mixed. I come from a long line of mixed people, and my children are mixed. I've been to Palestine. I've been to the Dead Sea. I'm talking about going to Ghana in a couple of months right now. I'm finna hit Ghana. My man just got his house built in Ghana.
Got a black limo
I'm out there.
Come on, bro. When people are being like, they're disrespecting Africa everywhere. Damn. Everywhere, all over the world, bro. You gotta stand up for that shit. We're gonna look at that shit some type of way, and then you up there saying, yo, these people European. We telling these niggas like all your sources are going back to Europeans. You're not backing up your information with anything that's credible. And we get called agents and saying we got a European mind. That is ridiculous. And we the most open people on TikTok. Show me your evidence. You seen what happened on their live. We got on a live and they just said, nope, you're wrong. They didn't ask us for no information. They just said, nope, you're wrong. That's what it is. But then ask us if we're open to information. Everything they say is facts, but we got to be open to new information.
So whenever I hear things that I don't agree with, I kind of get silent and fall back.
People, you got to check that shit. I'm not saying we need your help. I'm just saying if you want us.
I'm just saying I get silent and fall back. So when y'all get into y'all aggression, like y'all, I don't agree with everything y'all say, and what I disagree with, you know, when I think it's something like with Port City and naturalism of Yahweh or whatever, that shit was ignorant. Both of them was childish as hell to me. But you know, I ain't say nothing to Port. I ain't say nothing to Yahweh. You feel me? That's them. They grown ass man. You feel me? So look.
Hold on, real quick. What you talking about? The live that we were just on? We were childish. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm talking about that original live, that so-called debate, and the videos he was making and the videos you was making. That was just childish to me, family. You know, but
the response videos.
Yeah, all of it. You know, like I said, why are we even arguing flat Earth, round Earth? Why are we even arguing flat Earth, round Earth? Why are we even arguing the first continent off the water? See, a lot of this is some agent shit, and I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but I always fall back and listen, try to peep game.
It's not an agent to call somebody a monkey.
That's not a debate that I have. I don't really debate anybody pertaining flat Earth or anything like that. My thing, like originally, my channel has been like a pro-African channel. I talk about African history, culture, and greatness. That's kind of the core of what I've been coming at. I came across a population of people on TikTok that is very anti-African.
Yes, I've come across them also, brother. And someone said I claim indigenous. You're right. I do claim indigenous. But I actually have ancestors. My great grandfather come from Cuba. My other great grandfather come from Haiti. I come from the Narajo family. So I do have indigenous ancestry regardless.
I'm not questioning your
No,
shit.
this is for the person in the comments because they so quick to call us wobbles, and then I might get to mess around and start banging on pale skins or something. But look, y'all don't know nothing about me, family. You strangers telling people who they are. You don't know anything about my background. I've been in multiple countries. I'm multi-ethnic. I got multiple shit in my background.
Look, I think people tend look. You look at the comment section too much too, bro.
Hey, somebody telling me to stay out of Ghana. It's already too late. We got a $450,000 project in Ghana, brother. $450,000 project already started. First house built, the condo coming. We out there. Moors. We Moors. This is what we do. We travel. This is what we do.
Yeah, y'all been doing that. But hope y'all get it right this time.
Now,
yeah, me too.
Look,
you got to hit that one. You dropped the ball.
My bad.
And going back to y'all, the Pan Africans. Anybody going to Africa? I'll be out there for about 30 days. I'm gonna wait till it gets cold out here, so I'm gonna shoot out to Ghana in like October myself.
We're trying to get there next year. If it's not next year, it's gonna be the year after that.
I mean, shit, I would go with Sarnetta and them in fucking August. I would love to go there.
Shit, I spent
You say August Sarnetta and them shooting?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, they're going.
They're going.
What is it? Three? I think Jabari.
Mm-hmm.
Jabari voice just killed me. But go ahead, Jabari, Sarnetta, who else?
And they're going to Ghana. Shit, they're going both.
Look, but we was just talking. You got to pause that animosity or whatever that shit is for a second when people talking about a whole bunch of people trying to travel and get shit done. Some shit you got to just let go. We just seen what that personal shit do. People can't take it. That's why you got to stay, bro. We make sure now I'm not saying everybody got to do everybody their own person, right? But when somebody is on our live and they getting way out of pocket, we stop it. Like, yo, hold up. You're not about to turn this whole thing into some goddamn joke. Do you know this person? Do you got something personal with them? If they show proof like, yo, this person made a video on me and this, then we try to get that person to the live. We don't tell that person, look, you can't strike back because they blocked you in the live and blocked you from being on any comments and all that stuff. Let's see if we can get them here. If not, speak your piece a little bit about how you felt about it and then leave it alone because we're not about to make a whole live about them because y'all had a dispute somewhere else. We got to make it clear to try to keep the peace where the peace is at. If someone crossed the line, they crossed the line, and that's what it is. But we don't see you saying shit.
Ultimately, yeah, because
like, hey, look, hold up, man. If y'all just prove it to them, they wouldn't have a problem. We don't hear you talking like that. We hear you just like, yeah, they Eurocentric.
Tomorrow's Eid, brother. Tomorrow's our holy, the holiday after Ramadan for us. I'm gonna start clowning cats, after tomorrow. Islam. I'm gonna get on that. But nonetheless,
hold on, wait. We ain't gonna need you to clown cats after tomorrow because that's the pushing.
Oh, I ain't whatever. But nonetheless, it's like my stance. I'll be like, if people want to say it's Pan-African, I believe my people came from America, then we conquered Africa and came back. That's the story I was given in the nation. But I'm not a Pan-African or a Pan-American per se. I don't know what was first. All I know is my people were on every continent. That's my stance. My people was on every continent.
I'll use time out because I got to do something. My man's trying to share something. Mr. Robinson, you trying to share something, right, bro? Are you still there? Are you still there, brother? What happened?
My bad, bro. I forgot.
Shit.
Go to present.
Let me see. Let me add. Mr. Robinson, your screen is shared right now.
There you go.
Screen is shared right now. I repeat, your screen is shared. I don't know if his mic is on or muted or what's going on right now. I think his mic is muted. Hang on.
I think he probably did.
Oh, there you go. Can you hear me?
Good.
All right. There you go.
I don't know if I did that shit or not. My bad.
All right, check this out. So this is the main screen you got right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what they come to, and they don't mess with anything else, and they look at the numbers. But what you
do? Hold on. Wait. Let me stop you. But
right.
How did you get there?
It's the main one. So slavevoyages .org /voyage database.
Oh, database.
Yeah.
So this is the source, right? And this is illustrating what now?
So okay, so you have the years, right? You got your years, your vessels, and then you have pretty much this. So this is basic information. So if you come here, it'll tell you, you know, how many captives arrived at the first port, right? So this is where the mess up goes. You just look at here, but if you go right here, you see where it says configure columns? Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
So now
does
you
it
go
say again? Because I can't see it, but what does they say? What column?
configure columns.
Okay, I got you.
So now if somebody wants to know where they get these ships from, you go down to source and sources, right?
Yeah.
This tells you exactly where they got it from. So you can click on that, it'll tell you this information. So now if they want to know, hey man, what happened to all the boats? Where are the boats? All right, cool. You go down to
hold on, because I want to screen save this real quick.
Okay.
Now what we're doing is showing evidence. What these jokers do, because I've done shit like this where we show the evidence. They look at this shit and they deny it, or they might see half of the information and tell a quarter of it.
Yeah, they just look at this main page. They don't do anything else. Because I just debunked what is it, Pren? Because she went and tried to find these boats, and it was like 1906 and British. So anything after 1807, I knew it was wrong right off the bat. Because if it's after 1807, if it's a British ship, they were stopping everything on the water. I'm talking about shooting it down. They were doing everything.
Right. I discussed this in the Privateering family. All of this stuff connects. I can show you the primary documents and shit.
So which one is it? Is it outcome?
And all of that. So this all makes sense.
Yeah, right here.
We're deep hard enough. Go ahead, bro.
So this one, there's outcome voyage if ship was captured. Then you get outcome this one, and it'll tell you what happened here. It'll say delivered slaves. Oops. Where did I go? Oh yeah. So this right here, thwarted human agency. This is the ship that they stopped in the water.
Right.
So and it
okay. So where does it say how many people?
Time out. Go ahead. Now, real quick before you say that, remember, family, the people that be watching this us talk, the real people, the real audience here, right? It says pirate or privateers. Haven't I talked about that shit about the Liverpool privateers? And I read a firsthand document, the book Liverpool Privateers. Yeah. All of this shit makes sense on how enslaved Africans was on these ships getting sent around. And what a privateer is, a person that is their ship is equipped in a way where they can take over other ships. That's, you know, you had a pirate that did that shit on his own, right? And then you had a privateer, a person that was by the fucking Queen of England or some weird shit like that had a letter of marque, right? They had an official letter to actually hijack these ships in a privateering manner. And you can read that in Liverpool Privateers. You're going to be seeing this on the 22nd. This is all part of it. And a lot of people who follow us have pretty much know this information if you read up on it. So here we go. We got slave voyages saying it. And we got primaries that I can back up with this shit.
Trying to find which column. I had to download it on Excel.
Everything. If I can add a devil's advocate.
Let them finish.
Go ahead.
Wait, because I got a question too after Sutan's question.
Hold on, I'm trying to find
which after column it
was. But there's a column that says that the ship was where is it? Which one was it? See, I had it before I turned it off, but it'll say like the ship was captured, destroyed. But I got to remember which column.
All of that, I know, bro.
For the for the numbers?
Yeah, it's on there, but I can't remember which
outcome.
Which, so those are vessel names. Your resistance.
Captain and crew. Voyage outset. Crew at first landing. Captives, crew, and I think it may be crew deaths. No, wait. Crew at first landing.
Oh, there it is. No, wait. Whatever. Is it that one? Let me see. Outcome. So it gives you everything. Captured. It tells you how many died. Enslaved people.
Where at? I don't see it.
Enslaved people. Percent men. Okay, it's enslaved people. Enslaved people, and then it has total embarked, total disembarked, captives intended to be purchased at first place, captives carried to first port. It has all of that listed out. Percentage of girls, boys, women, men, children.
Yeah. So yeah, it has all the information. It's just you can look at the spreadsheet. This is how much columns.
And then one more question.
Click enslaved people.
You hit column and then go to enslaved peoples, and then any one of those, that's all statistics.
Yep.
But the totality of these numbers ended up being 300,000 to the United States.
Okay. Here. One more question. I'm glad you said that.
Wait, don't go yet. Hold on.
Okay.
Now, these sources over there, what happens when we click those sources? Does that take us to the place where they gathered this data from?
Yeah, it'll open up this right here. It'll tell you all the detail. It'll tell you it was captured right here.
It goes back to the primary. It's going to take you right back to
sources of data. There we go. Great Britain parliamentary papers. Okay, boom. All right. I seen it already. I just wanted him to do that on the screen. So
and then it tells you where they actually got it.
So y'all see the sources.
Take you right back to the primary.
Okay, go up a little. Go up a little. Keep going up. Because I saw 18. Okay, what is that? 1818-11. What is that?
Date vessel arrived with captive. So what is that?
November? That's the month?
November 1818.
Okay. So the 237 to 196, what is that?
That's how much left.
Total number embarked.
And then I guess when the ship first took off, that's how much it was. And I guess I don't know if I'm not sure.
Yeah, disembarked is when they left, and that's when I guess that's how many people they I guess kept traveling with.
Here, let me see. Total embarked.
So where they get 12 million from?
So this is okay. So what I was saying earlier, what people do is, so in the very beginning, it was called the Americas with an S. That's what they called the whole thing. Right. I'm talking about South America, North America, the West Indies. All of it was the Americas with an S. So when it says 12.5 million, that's in total of everything. I'm talking about every single place: Bahamas, Brazil, United States. I don't know, everywhere. So it's 12.5 million total. But that portion that went to America is just like Yusef was saying, was 300,000. That's how much went to just the U.S.
Now I've heard that before. So or went to Brazil, right, in South America and all.
Yeah, they went everywhere. So Brazil was the first. So when you look back at the Portuguese, in let's just say 1450. So they were establishing all their colonies and then outposts on West Africa. So they were sending it to little places like Sao Tome. They were sending it to I can't remember the other place. But when you get to the early 1500s, after Christopher Columbus sailed and they did the Ascente de Negros, in those in the West Indies and then also in Brazil, they were sending them all there through your 1500s, and those were your the sugar plantations. So then after your 1500s, because you got to remember that Portugal and Spain were the two biggest ones that was doing everything during that time. After a while, that's when all the other countries started coming in. And then I guess when that one guy wanted to send me a video, I found out about Germany. They had Venezuela. So what ended up happening is I think the guy there, Charles V, owed him money. So then he put out a proclamation and then let people start getting slaves from God dang it, Haiti, right next to Haiti. What was it called?
San Domingo.
Yeah, Santo Domingo. So they were able to get the slaves from there. So
you said Charles was in debt.
Yeah. So Charles V.
Okay, that's probably in my book, The Specters
Yeah,
of the
he was
Planet.
in debt, and then what the guy did was, instead of, I guess, his part of his repayment, he said, "Hey, I need to get these slaves." And then because there was a charter that said no Moors, nobody with Jewish descent was able to go to the New America. Or
Now stop, pause. Know who?
No Jews, no Moors, no Muslims. They outlawed Islam.
Exactly. From going there in the very beginning, in like the early 1500s, they were not allowed to go. Now that didn't count like the African Moors that they got from Iberia, because that was the original slaves. Was
The original,
from
a good 30%, I would say a good 30 to 40% of the original slaves coming out of West Africa were all Muslim Africans, pretty much. They were all would be categorized as Moors and prisoners of war.
Well, Iberia. So right after the Reconquista, they pushed everybody back to North Africa. So anybody left over in Iberia from that whole time frame, those were the original slaves. So those are the ones that they sent over. So
Christianized, though. The first Africans that was enslaved did go through Christianization in Lisbon too. We can't leave that out.
Right. So yeah, so when they came over, all those I guess all the slaves in the beginning. So he took the 4,000 from here, because one of the main things is people were saying is, well, it takes X amount of time to get that many slaves from Africa over here, but they were getting it from Santo Domingo, and that's where they got the 4,000 slaves. So if you look back, it'll say, he did 4,000, and they were doing contracts of 4,000. They were getting them from Santo Domingo, and there's also
understand at that same time the 1521 revolution or the war happened.
Right. That's where the revolt happened. There was a revolt in Santo Domingo.
Yeah.
1521.
Right. And then after that, they established slave codes.
Right.
After that stopped, they established slave codes. But that's what I'm saying. Everybody skips the 1500s. And it looks like it's in reverse because they start at 1600s. Everything was already in motion by your 1500s. So yeah, they're right. It was in reverse. You're just starting at the wrong point.
It's chronology. That's the problem.
And that's why, like, when you start listening to people, if you just don't say anything and just listen to what they're saying, they're skipping dates. They're talking about Walter Plecker, okay, in the 1900s, but then they shift and go back to the 1700s, and then the next thing they're talking about the 1800s. It's like, stop bouncing around.
And I was gonna say, on a slight divergence, I didn't pay attention to the 10 million that hit the South Americas and the islands, but I did focus a bit more on the 300,000, 389,000 that hit the United States from 1619, or from the time of the transatlantic slave trade, database that you were just showing. From that database, I took that database and I overlaid it with the colony records. And if you look at the colony records, Virginia, Maryland, Carolinas, etc., they have a count. And I'm not talking the census, because the census didn't start till 1790, and it really didn't get anywhere decent till 1810. But the captains of the ships, the military generals, they all kept head counts, and they had head counts with just black, white, and slave. And when you look at the slave count of the colonies with the overlay of the transatlantic database information, it's a lot more slaves and blacks than what these imports say,
Okay, so here, this is what you also got to think about, okay? So what you got to notice, there's two separate things. You got the slave trade, and then you have what's actually going on land. So that's just how many came in by boat. But what you also got to realize is after 1807, even though there was no slaves coming in, it was agreed. We were property. It was money. So
we don't have to go to 1807. We can still stay at 1608, 1620, 1650.
No, you're missing what I'm telling you. After they got in, right, when the importation stopped, what they started to do in places like Virginia and Georgia was a mass breeding. It was a mass breeding. And then also the slave owners wanted more work. So back then, it wasn't like now where people have one or two kids. If you actually look back at like your grandparents or anything like that, especially like mine was one of 10. Before that was like 1 to 14. You don't just, they were having big families to work the plantations.
Okay. We talking breeding farms in the 1800s.
Right. So when you look at the census, like I said, because you're saying like 300,000, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that's 300,000 slaves between the 1500s and the 1800s. So that's 300, roughly 400,000 slaves in 300 years. You following me? Because them first boats on that database leaves at about in the 1500s at some point in time, 15808, 1515, 1517 type deal. And most of them going to the south in the beginning off the bat. None of them really start hitting the northern coast until the 1619. Now, granted, there would have been boats in the continental trade that would have been happening, but we can dig up the manifest also when boats went from the islands or South America to North America. But nonetheless, we don't have to go to the 1800s or them breeding farms yet. We can still stick into the 1600s and overlay the colonial database about black, white slave and the African slave database about who was exported to what countries and what states imported African slaves. You following me? And we're going to see a large discrepancy. It's like,
wait, what year? What year are you talking?
We could stay in the 1600s because the database starts in the 1500s, transatlantic slave trade database.
Right.
And the colony.
I got a slave rebellion in San Miguel de Guadalupe in 1526.
Yeah. Right. So 1500.
So is that South America or North America?
It's going to be South. Most likely
that's South America. That's most likely South America. That's why we was talking about the 1521 revolt and slave revolt and whatnot. And that's 1521. So it's like, wow, by 1521, there was already enough slaves to revolt and win. But nonetheless, we're sticking to the United. I'm still sticking to the United States side. You know, this has nothing to do with the U.S. at this time because them boys ain't traveling from the east coast of Americas to Brazil and Mexico. You following me? These are two completely different things happening. There's Spanish over here doing their thing.
You even had Spanish colonies in South Carolina in the 1500s.
Yeah, you had Africa. So what?
You had Florida.
What are we classifying as South America at this time?
Yeah, you're right. Mexico is a part of North America. But what I was saying is with the territory of what we call the United States today, or in particular the 13 colonies.
I got you, Yusuf. I see what you're saying.
So then you have to break it down by who was in there first. So you got Spain, which had Brazil going up toward. They went as far up as South Carolina in the 1500s. Then you had who came after?
The French dropped down, the Brits dropped down, the Spanish dropped down.
So if you're going to overlay it, if you're going to do American, then you have to start at 1619. But that's what the issue is because you started.
No, we can start before, like you said, like you were saying, people don't understand that there was already things happening in the 1500s. Right. I'm just saying a lot of what was happening in the 1500s was still happening. So, you know, on the other side, the west of the Mississippi. A lot of this is the islands and west of the Mississippi. This is the islands. This is Mexico. This is Brazil. Well, all the sugar plantations and this and that is happening. That's not happening in what we call the United States today, as far as the East Coast or east of the Mississippi.
Well, here,
as far as the Southern Plains Indians, et cetera, et cetera.
So here, let me just show you this. Maybe this will. So all of this is documented.
Are you sharing your screen right now, bro?
You gotta reshare your tab.
Hold on.
No, it says I'm still sharing.
All right, I gotta pull you up. Hey, hold on, time out. Look, if y'all watching this shit and there's 20 people in the chat, and if y'all haven't liked it, y'all are fucking agents. Y'all are motherfucking agents. So throw the likes up. We got my man got some primaries up here and shit.
We need an even ratio.
Yeah. So
20 for 20.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you good, bro. I think
everybody. So if you want to do it that way,
wait, because you gotta blow it up because the last time they couldn't see. Support, just make the screen. No, support, make the screen big.
Yeah, hold on, time out. Damn.
No, he got it. He can zoom in.
Oh, I can't do that.
His screen is already.
Yeah, you can port. You just got to hit the little box at the bottom right.
Yeah, but he's already zooming in. He can zoom in on his computer anywhere he go at.
Okay, well, y'all let us know if y'all can't see it.
Is it zoomed in?
Oh, you want
And I could zoom in on my phone. So I don't know if the people on the panel can, but I can zoom in on my phone without him zooming in.
Yeah, some people don't.
You want to go to overlay, right? So
Can everybody see this in the chat? Can we get some communication in the chat? Can y'all see this? Because this is information that my brother trying to share for the community. So somebody put some comments in the chat if y'all can see this.
Are they able to see? I can't even.
Oh no, ain't nobody saying.
But ultimately, I'm arguing.
You zoom in pretty far. They should be able to see.
Well, but this is what I want to show you, right? Because if you look at it just from here, right? What I did was I brought up a spreadsheet. This is the actual numbers of total embarked and disembarked, right? Right here. So right here, we're sitting at, what's that? 10 million, right? 10 million total embarked. Then you got
ships.
9 million. Is that 9 million? That is 9 million. And this is how much.
Wait, where y'all at?
Well, yeah, but I don't see what you.
I got ADD. What's the overall point? You know.
Wait, hold on, Yusuf. Wait.
Oh, can you see
Where
it?
are you looking? I see 325, 253, 316.
Oh shoot, you can't see it. So I downloaded all this to a spreadsheet and I did a sum total. So it sum totaled all of everything that disembarked.
And you said you got the spreadsheet on deck?
Yeah, I got the spreadsheet.
Okay, well, go down. You gotta stop sharing this screen and then share again, and then choose your Excel tab.
Oh, my bad. All right, hold on.
Yeah, it's all good.
So let's keep the conversation flowing. I'm actually aware of that. I would agree with that 10 million disembarked overall from Africa. That's what the database say. They primarily.
Are we saying
his
that only 300
they're
came over here? And
right.
the
Well,
total was actually 12 million.
No, he's saying that they're confusing the numbers. When they get up there and they look at this data, they're thinking that they're saying 12 million slaves were taken directly from Africa and then brought directly to America.
Right. That didn't happen.
Specifically North America.
Yeah. You had majority of these enslaved Africans go to the South Americas.
Yeah, it went everywhere else but America.
Right, and you have maybe an estimate of 300,000 slaves that may have came over here, and I've read the same literature supporting that too.
Right, and that's just documented because remember that between 1807 and when slavery ended, like was that 1860, 66, 65? Let's just say 1865. There was still little ships coming there to here. But I mean, they had to go through a whole bunch because they started refitting everything. But can you see this right here?
Oh yeah.
Hey, Yusuf, wait, Yusuf, mute until you're about to talk. You got feedback. Just mute it until you talk.
There you go.
So I downloaded. There's all the things. So total embarked was 10,000, or I'm sorry, 10 million.
Hold on, time out. 10 million ships.
Total embarked. This is how much people.
Damn.
These are the people. This is 10 million over all the numbers that were on that slave voyage. This is disembarked, which is 9 million. This is how many deaths right here, which is 283,000 or 82,000. So that's the total.
Wait, is that a decimal?
No.
Zoom in a little bit. Is that 28,000?
Right. That's how many died. They counted how many died.
No, that's 200. Oh, damn.
Yeah. So this is deaths.
282,838.
Yeah, bro. Right. 250,000.
So these are all, and just remember, this number is actually documented. That's remember how you went to that source tab and it showed. See, I downloaded that too. That's over here. So anything, all the sources was right here. See how almost everything is filled in. There might be some that's not. But
how fucking long did it take you to do this?
What? I just hit download. And
you can hit download data. Like if you ever worked at a job where you got to download like data from clients and employees and stuff, you can just hit all and export it into a Excel, and it'll send all the data there.
So let me get this straight. Family. We're gonna walk this real slow. From these estimates, we got over 10 million ships.
No, not ships.
No, those are the people.
That's 10 million people. 10 million people, roughly 3,600 ships, brother.
Okay, I want to make sure.
Yeah. So each ship, because the ship can carry multiple. Like some of these ships went up 2, 3, Some is more as 6 or 7 times. So it's not. It's how many trips. So quarter, I think, is what 30-something thousand or something like. Oh, here it is, right here. So 36,000 trips, but it doesn't correspond to ships.
And mind you, this is what's on record.
Documented.
And these are all documented. But like I said,
I agree with all of this. I can speak the database from memory. I literally memorized the database practically. That's how I'm spitting out these numbers of 389,000 to the US, 10 million not in the US, but in Mexico and South America. That's how I know it started in the 1500s. But and you keep going to 1866, which, the end of slavery.
When these people bring up there was no slave trade, how come you don't say nothing?
Yeah, what's up with that, bro?
I even got a whole post talking about how I never denied the slave trade. I just disagree with the numbers. I have a post on this.
No, that's not what I'm asking you, bro.
Bam, here it is. Found it right here. So when people say what happened to the ships, so if you go to that website, look up particular outcome of voyage. So it tells you this one was condemned, voyage completed, fate unknown, shipwreck or destroyed, completed. So it tells you exactly what happened to the ships.
And you ever heard of like ship worms and shit like that? Like they got like worms that get into these ships and just fuck the wood up.
Probably.
Dig what I'm saying? Like all types of shit happened.
And revolts.
Right.
Captured by Spanish.
That was a privateering move right there. Somebody had permission to capture the fucking ship. The British was going to war capturing the first ships some of the Africans that came over to the Americas were from hijacked ships, family.
Yeah, so this is the answer to what happened to the ships. It's telling you right here what happened to them.
Right.
Voyage completed. So, I was going to do a video on this because people keep saying, what happened to the ships, and they keep on asking me, like they had cameras for most of it.
Tell you what, bro, you more than welcome to come back later, after we do a little presentation, man, and set up something, man. If you got slides and stuff, you can add them and shit like that. I think the information that you presented tonight is overwhelming.
Anytime you tired of running back and forth talking to these people and ain't really getting into no actual material, let us know. Like, look, I got a presentation ready. You can just get up here on one of the lives and just run through that shit because we all for education.
I tried to get him up here earlier this week.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about nobody cutting you off. You got full autonomy on presenting your shit. I let you get full autonomy on that.
Oh, you could have
got to go back and forth with people on TikTok comments and shit.
So I got to hit the gym, man. My body getting old, so I got to make sure I'm.
Oh yeah.
Your body getting old. How old is you? Like 33?
Yeah, I wish. I'll have to be 42 in August.
Oh shit!
Be older than you.
I just look good.
That ain't shit. No, I ain't that older than that. But I mean, we all. That's what I'm saying. Us old cats, we got some type of foundation in this history out here.
Right. I want to be old. I don't care what they be.
You say that till you get old.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like knowledge.
I'm talking about the knowledge and information. Like,
because you're not supposed to be out here 20 years old talking about something. You reverse slavery and flipped it around. What the hell was you studying? Genius. Like, you ran through all of the sources that quick to sit there and debunk it. This is a lot of data. It's so bad to the point they done gave us sources and we learning more about African history from the sources that they thought disproved it. So it's like you can't just jump up. That's what happens when you jump up there that quick and you young and you don't understand how this works. But I've been at the point where I was like, yo, that kind of makes sense. Let me dig into it. But I took my time. I didn't get up on no lives or Facebook and start making claims. I went and searched it, and it took a couple of months, and some shit was even longer than that. When you working in 2 jobs and 3 jobs and shit, or running the street, you don't have time to do all that, but you take your time and do it, and you be like, yo, this is cap. When it gets back to the source, this is somebody who took some shit that really like got to them and then made them think, and then they started creating other ideas on top of it. And then we have all these cult leaders, and especially in the Black community, who have been trying to rewrite history because that's their motive. You get what I'm saying? They got to get you to drink that Kool-Aid. But this is our responsibility, man. You're responsible for doing your own research, all of the weird name calling and all that stuff that's going on. Make sure people pull up their damn sources. They got to pull up their sources and show where this stuff is coming from. And for the people who said that they just made it up, he just showed you. When I say, what is that over there? When you click on source, and he clicked on source, and it went to where they got it from. In those books, one of those titles in those books is one of the books that they had.
Wow.
One of the books on the list is the book that they said, you got to read the book from the 17th and the 16th century. These are the books that they're using with your receipts in it that's proving what we're saying about the African slave trade.
Imagine that. And look,
hold on, wait.
Go ahead.
We got 2 questions. Somebody wants to know where they can get the information you just showed, and another person wants to know what's your TikTok.
Oh, so you go to, what is that? Slave
Voyages.
Hey, do it one more time. Share it one more time.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You good?
Y'all can run it back, but if he could show it.
Yeah, I got you.
And they got a nice illustration on there, because I've showed slavevoyages.com too, man. They got an illustration on there where you see in real time how many ships, and it'll show kind of this illustrated map of how all of the ships kind of came from West Africa, and then certain places you see most of them going to South America. You see the Greater and Lesser Antilles, and then you see an influx of ships during the 17th and 1800 period. That's when a lot of the shit was going down in large numbers. You see a lot of voyages kind of ramp up around that time, and then you had the fall of slavery around 1804, and then you had illegal voyages after that. You know what I'm saying? You got the Cleotola in South America. Damn, my bad. In Mobile, Alabama. My bad, y'all. You got that, right? And you had a lot of illegal things going on. You had a lot of privateering going on. So I mean, you're gonna have numbers. Like, I don't like to talk about numbers when we talk about enslaved, because sometimes the numbers can be, they're numbers. You know what I mean? I just don't like hearing the fact that it didn't happen, or the numbers are like, yo, there was only 20 African enslaved over here. Like, that's the weirdest shit. Like, come on, yo. We all know that a large majority of Africans came over here.
That's what they keep saying, just 20 and some odd.
Yeah, like, come on, man. And then Angola, because you had a colonization of Africa. You had a colonization period that took place by the Portuguese in that fucking book that my man talk about, where they came into the Congo with the Christianity and stuff. And there's a lot of
there's a movie called it's on Netflix. It's African Queens, Njanga.
Yeah, that's the book. Yusuf, my bad, I ain't cut you off.
That is it. Yeah,
that's actually pretty good.
That's a really good book.
And it's actually
I do a lot of reading. I never denied the slave trade. I just don't quite agree with the numbers yet. I ain't finished crunching numbers.
All right. Now that's an argument that we all can have about. I just don't want to say it never happened.
I would argue I can't quite figure out how many of the Africans were slaves on slave ships and how many of the Africans were just already here from African migrations prior to Columbus.
I think we need to have a conversation about some of the Christianized Africans that might have been in Portuguese families that came over here.
Well, here, I'll tell you from my research. I won't say so everything is possible, but not that many things are probable. All right. So according to what I've seen, there was no Africans before 1492. Now there could have quite possibly been some, but by the time they got here, they weren't here.
Yusuf, your mic was just you got some.
Yeah, you might have to turn your volume down when somebody else is talking if you want to stay unmuted.
Yeah, it's just you hear
that was, I was going to cut him off and caught myself. Apologies, brethren. But I was going to say, I 100% disagree. Africans were 100% in Americas before 1492.
Well, listen. No. Listen to what I'm saying. That there could quite possibly been here in 14. Like they could have did trades, anything like that. But when they got here, the Indians or Native Americans they met were not anybody like that. You can say colored all you want to, or copper colored.
I disagree. But we can agree to disagree, or we can debate it in the future.
You can always send me a video.
Okay, hold up now. Hold up. Time out.
Hey.
Now, this is the platform where we source up or we shut the fuck up.
Please.
Now, both of you gentlemen, can come up here. Yusuf, I give you respect and full autonomy to bringing your sources up here and having a discussion, and we go back and forth. But this got to be after we have our shoot on the 22nd.
Okay. That'll work. I'm always up for it.
Not a problem.
You got a
Not a
lot.
problem.
Yeah, my goal was about knowledge. I've always been in search of knowledge.
Who is that?
That's fucking David M. Hotel. I got that book too.
But do
yes, sir.
Yourself, Yusuf.
So do you have a laptop?
Yeah. So pause. What you say, Mo?
I was asking him, Yusuf, if he had a laptop.
Do you got a laptop, Yusuf? Because if you do,
I do got a little tablet here.
All right.
If you don't have a laptop where you could just flip your screen, you might want to take pictures before you do. If you really going to lock this in, take the pictures and then of the different pages in your book, and then send it to us, and then we'll put your shit on the screen, and then you run through it.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? If you want to just stay on the phone.
Yeah. Or like, say if you find a PDF of the joint, right? And you can put it in a back chat, and I'll post it for you. Just, hey man, my shit's in the back chat. Put it up there. And I don't mind doing that. When it comes to sharing information, I give folks full autonomy to do that.
Yeah, and just ask us if we already have the book digitally, and we can just pull it up and put it on the screen. Because we don't want no excuses. Well, go ahead, Rob. My bad.
All right, can you see the screen for the slave voyages?
Oh shit, what I do? Okay, we good. Hold on, got somebody out the chat. Everybody still on? We good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You can see it?
Yeah, we good. We gravy.
Okay, so this is the website right here.
Now do this for me. Navigate from Google. I know it's probably you expect people to already know how to do
this, man. So people, yeah.
Oh, look.
ABC.
So people keep on asking me. This is my 6-time great grandmother right here. Am I showing the screen?
Can't see it.
You gotta switch the tab.
Dang on it. Y'all messing with me.
Stop sharing and then switch the tab. Yeah, there's a way to do it. You could show your whole computer screen, but I don't think that's not a good thing to do because anything could pop up: your credit card number, your crypto account, all that type of shit.
Hey, everybody, like the video, family. Everybody need to be liking the video.
And follow him on TikTok too.
Yeah.
So
who's never seen us before?
This right here.
Join. Okay, my bad. I'm about to show you right quick, bro. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go away for a hot minute. So this is what you want to see. This is you. You good with this?
Well, here I just want to show you this real quick because people keep on asking me. Your bloodline, your lineage. This is my 6-time great grandmother right here, Rose Calhoun. And
we might be related, brother.
We got a Calhoun in the chat.
I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel did their genealogy.
No, because just in case, so I have it somewhere because I'm not posting this on TikTok. Man, there's some people out there that's just straight stealing family trees.
Yeah.
I got a rose in my family. My mother said my people come from South Carolina.
Oh, okay. You better get at me. But
she ain't respond to my text.
So look, this right here, does it say on here? No. So the senator.
That's your great grandmother or your great.
Just like six times.
Yeah, that's 1793.
Okay.
But there's actually not on here, but I have a slave deed where they sold her to Finley. So yeah. So that's my great. Super great. Because people say they keep on telling me, oh, you need to prove this, prove that. I was like, man, I ain't need to do all that. I know where I come from. But here, let me just show you this trade thing, and then let me go hit this gym.
No one's telling you where you come from on this panel or in this chat.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to be somewhere. I know somebody.
I came back. Everybody, y'all to see what y'all needed to see.
All right, here's a slave voyage right here. I
just navigate like from a person that is not too good with computers and stuff, so they know how to get there.
All right.
Go like chat.
Let me copy this. Go to Google. All right, y'all ready?
Oh yeah.
Now, this is how you research, family.
You can, I don't even just put it up here. Oh shoot. So you go to this website. And then once this pops up, over here, configure columns. You can get outcome of captives. And it opens up every single one, so it keeps adding. You can turn them off. You can do, what was that one? Oh, outcome if ships were captured. Owner. And it tells you if they delivered it right here. Ah, there it is. Particular outcome of voyage. So then it'll tell you what happened to it.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Then over here, the source.
So when it says no for the record, that could be like it disappeared. No, they don't know what happened to it.
Let's see.
It left and it never went back to a dock or anything.
Yep, they don't know what happened to it. It could have, you know what? There's also called shiplap too. So depending
What's
on,
that?
so shiplap is what they used to use for homes and stuff like that. They would take parts of the ship to fix up homes. A lot of things happen to these ships.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Colada, the last one that they found.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, you can actually look in, there's actually a story about it. So what happened was he knew, or it was after the 1807 importation. The Dahomey tribe, if you actually look in the old newspapers, they talk about how the Dahomey tribe had slaves.
Oh yeah.
So he went over there and he refitted. He went over there, came back. He burned his first ship. That's the one that they found. He got in another ship and then took them down to, I believe it was either Alabama or Mississippi. Right before slavery ended. There's actually a slave narrative. And I always tell people that I talk to, because they're like, oh, the white people this, white people that. It's like, why don't you go read slave narratives and have those tell you which one's original on the land? I have yet to find one slave narrative where they talk about how they're originally on the land. Not one. There might be one, but I have not ever seen one out of what, 2,300 they have? And that's very telling in itself, because that's around 1860. You would believe that somebody would say that they're originally from there.
Facts.
So not, because most people that tell you that we're originally from the land comes from about what, 1920s, 1930s. They're far removed. But go to the people that were actually there. There's Indian narratives. I have a book about Indian slave narratives. None of them even said it. They said that people were coming and stealing them off the reservation because of their color. And they knew back then, if you had dark skin, they would think you were black,
right?
Regardless. And that leads me to another thing. I'm gonna actually do a video on it. This whole $5 Indian thing, because you got to realize $5 Indian only applied to 1898, because that's when the dolls roll. So
Correct.
All those Indian pictures that you see beforehand are not $5 Indians. That's how they actually looked, because they cannot be $5 Indians like 10 years prior.
Because there was no roll.
There was no roll.
Damn.
But that's what they're doing. They're comparing a later picture to something earlier, and it doesn't apply.
But there's also the fact that, octoroon, quadroon, mulatto, the caste system was already in play before any of that started.
What
so
year?
white and Indian means
Right, but what year? When you go to the different things, you have to look at what year you're talking about. Because at that point, you had the five civilized tribes that were civilized because they practiced chattel slavery. So it's always funny when someone says that I come from these civilized tribes, when those are the ones that practice chattel slavery.
More on that on the 22nd, family. More on that on the 22nd.
So, I mean, there's a lot of different aspects. You just got to look at the whole thing. But the main thing is you got to figure out what year you're talking about. Because for the most part, if you go through history in order, you'll see there was three separate people. There was white, Negro, and Indian.
Mhm.
It started to get combined when the Negro slaves started going with the Indians, because what happened is there was three different types of things. You had some that would purchase slaves, and you can actually go back into newspapers from back in the day. They would purchase slaves to marry, for slaves and stuff that the freedmen just came and they weren't even in the same camp as them. So you had those three things. So at the point where they were mixing, you know, sorry to say, but white people couldn't tell the difference after they were mixed.
Mm.
And that's all in the newspapers.
Yeah, now slow down real quick. Now, in their source, Mountain Moose, in his source, the book Indian Slavery in Colonial Times Within the Present Limits of the United States, illustrate the intermingling between Indian slaves and African slaves. That's the part that he never read in his whole presentation. In fact, he stopped in that chapter when he was reviewing the table of contents. A lot of people get confused where it's a personal thing with these fellas. It ain't nothing personal. It's just, I got a problem with you with the evidence that you presented. It says on page 100 in that book that in 1688, what it says, Louis the Fourth issued a edict authorizing the importation of Negroes from Africa into the Americas. This is what I'm saying, dealing with their own sources.
I also have
real quick. I just want to say, someone said I got all of this knowledge. I'm getting all of this knowledge from y'all, and I don't believe it. No, I'm aware of all of this knowledge, and it's not that I don't believe the transatlantic slave trade. My angle is Africans were here before colonization, and it, trying to rub off all so-called Black Americans as slave trade that's just not correct. And then slave descent is not correct. And then at the same time, it was like Black Europeans here. Then it was like Blackamoors here. And they were all freemen, not freedmen, but freemen from jump. So there's so-called free Blacks and free persons of color who were non-whites that came off them boats free. Some of the largest slave owners were so-called Black men.
They were mulatto.
You think there were more slave owners than there were slave owners?
Even with the first man the first guy to win in court because he sued a pale skin.
That's like.
Oh no! Hold on. If you actually look,
wait, hold on, Rob. We can't hear you, Yusuf. You gotta. All right, here, you gotta mute.
All right. So you actually look. He was actually a slave first, before that even happened. If you actually go in, I can't even bring it up right now. But here's the thing. When you're looking at who was here, you are correct. There were free persons of color, but were they here before 1492? You believe they were?
Yeah, I believe it was different so-called indigenous tribes of African-blooded people prior to that, but the so-called free Blacks and they would have been here prior to 1890s, prior to the 1700s. You following what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, okay,
that's true. There were free persons of color. There was also slaves, but I guess it's not that was everyone slaves. That's not the correct term. It's everyone of African descent. That's the thing. Were they African descent, regardless if they were slave or not?
Well, I would have no argument there. Regardless if they were slaves or not, or regardless if they were so-called Indian, I would tell you there was African descent or indigenous tribes with African blood anyway. So yeah, no argument there. African descent, I can ride with that.
Okay, that's the only thing that I say. I say there was African descent. Not everyone was, this or that, but pretty much anybody with like I said, with African descent was here. But I don't believe that it was, from everything that I've read, not before 1492. Now, like I said, if they were here, they weren't here when they arrived. But it hasn't been found yet. That's why it's a possibility. And that's my stance on it. But I mean, if you can show me something, but everything, like if it's the same books or the same articles that they read, I'm telling you right now, it don't say that. Because I've read them. They don't say that.
No, my page looked nothing like anyone else's page. I'm sure.
Yusuf, I know you're probably not prepared to debate right now.
But bro, give us something.
Some facts.
Well, I'm not truly prepared to debate right now, but I would go back to the I would go to linguistics, and I would pull out the linguistic connections between the Olmec and the Mande West African dialects. I would pull out the scripts of the Inca and how the Inca script is like the Sumerian script. I would pull out the sickle cell being found in Olmec and Maya bones.
Bro, you said this like 4 months ago. You're saying
your mic
show us.
Hurting everybody right
now.
now.
You do know. I just want to say
us.
this before I go. You do know in that one book, what is it?
I'm sorry. Y'all brothers have done sat here and played with the fucking Book of Mu for a fucking month, and y'all didn't look at nothing Clyde Winters. Hold on, man. Y'all
We looked at it. We pulled up, bro. We pulled up the script. We pulled up the Clyde Winters book, and we went and checked the script that he named in there, and that wasn't even the script. It was some weird shit.
No, I'm not talking about y'all trying to examine scripts. None of y'all got a degree in linguistics or got a team with you. I'm talking about that you catch any other PhD to knock them.
Bro, it still needs to match. If you say that this script is the
I
same,
don't say, the doctor says.
Is put two scripts together.
The doctor says.
Don't match.
Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can find it real quick, and I want to tell you what the doctor said.
Now, you said you come here with some sources.
Nobody once said, hey, this PhD in linguistics or this doctor in linguistics that specifically came at Clyde Winters about his assertions. This didn't happen yet.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, we did that on live.
Yeah, bro.
I missed that one.
And we about to do it on the 22nd. I'm just
I'll try to tune in on the 22nd.
The stuff I got on Clyde Winters, I already ran through it. I'm redoing it because I guess y'all missed it. I'm just doing it again on the 22nd. It's old. I already showed people where he got his stuff. His stuff leads back to
someone's accusing me of recording. That's killing me. No, I'm not recording. I'm not that guy.
But we're good with recording over here. We agree with recording.
Y'all
we want you to record. Yeah, we like with the free promotion. There's no problem.
Yeah, share that.
You are allowed to record. Don't.
I'm just saying, stop with the baseless accusations, people.
Come on in.
He's allowed to record.
I'm not Earth Speaks. I'm not Lord Natural. I'm not Iopium. I'm not anyone else who dealt with. I'm Yusuf. You feel me? Stop with your assertions or the accusations.
Yeah, but once he comes up here, this is just as much his content as ours. So he's allowed to record. And if we're talking about him or anybody else in that group, we want him to record it and have it. Y'all post it up. This stuff needs to get around. Everybody's recording and posting live.
What's happening?
Okay, hold on. I need to share my screen.
All right, let it up.
Mo, because I need this book, Mo. And PDF. Where's the damn window at?
Wait, hold on. I know Yusuf just brought up Clyde Winters. Wait, what you talking about specifically, bro?
Look, Vanta, you the genetics man. I was just talking about linguistics a moment ago, but yeah, I would argue your haplogroups also.
Okay,
yeah.
hold on. Come out. Sue's trying to share something real quick. Hold those thoughts. Now, Yusuf, I know this is like, oh shit.
He just jumped in on me, man. He just came in, sword in hand.
You in the lion's den, and you come in here, you ain't strapped. I feel you, dog. Just
I can go at it. Like, look, the haplogroups. It appears to be out of Africa theory is the going theory. I don't even knock it too hard. But now let's play with the haplogroups. Like he said, I disrespected him. I asked that brother, how often does a mutation happen in a haplogroup? And if mutations happen at this interval, if we got mutations happening in this equation, how is it we
ain't a debate, bro?
Yusuf, where is the haplogroup mutating from?
Now, time out, Yusuf. You're more than welcome, Yusuf, to come with like sourced up. Come strapped. I know you coming around here unstrapped, right? Be able to put this stuff on the board so that you can have a back and forth scholastically on the joint and stuff like that. So right now we just talking and stuff. I'm gonna unmute your mic, dog. But hold up, I'm real quick. I gotta shift joint. Anybody got something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Yusuf. You can answer after they share. I just want to know where you think the haplogroup is mutating from. Like, if we, for example, if we say this mouse mutated and then went into Alaska from Africa, right? mutated from something. If it turned into something that wasn't a mouse or a different type of mouse, it was a mouse. Like, so I just want to know, after they share this, what do you think the haplogroup was before it mutated?
Well, that was the very question. What's a
Not yet. Hold on, they about to share something. Just remember the question.
I need this in PDF. I got the paperback. I need it in PDF though.
All right, and that's hard.
You need to put the PDF in the link. Is that what you're saying?
No, I just need it for PDF. It got so much fucking damage and shit in here. This is just for the people that said they know the slave trade didn't happen. Because they
And I did
went.
want to say, when you came in the live earlier, I wasn't saying that your questions were the reason why I said you was being disrespectful, was because when people come in my live and they're laughing and making laughing faces, and I'm not making any jokes, I'm not saying anything funny, that's what makes me assume that you're being disrespectful when I'm getting into my information. So let me get into that first. And secondly, when we get into the haplogroups, we can discuss some of the haplogroups. Even the R haplogroup, you know, like I said, I'm always willing to, you know, I wouldn't say change, but adapt my thing. Like Jonas did bring up a good study, and I said that he brought up a good study with the R haplogroup. But you also have to understand that even with him bringing up that study, there were studies that were after that still proving that the R haplogroup might have still came north into Central Africa, but that's still a hypothesis, and I still give that
Agreed.
credit.
You know, there's migrations, back migrations, etc. So that's why I'm saying there's holes in the haplogroups and where these haplogroups supposedly originated. Like they'll tell you haplogroup L3E is Africa or Asia.
Yeah. I mean, that's a part of the science. Yeah, they say that. When they're getting into the science, a lot of the stuff isn't definitive. It's really
This
based
is where
off
we
of
fall into Bayesian
information that they have
statistics.
right now. So yeah, with specific haplogroups, even when you're getting into the L haplogroups, there was some of the L haplogroups that they recently got into that they thought might have been Eurasian, European, or Asian derived, but actually end up being African derived. So yeah, I'm understanding that. I don't have any issues with any of that.
Yeah, that's all I would have been. I would have just started, poking holes at the construct, because I know it's just a construct, no different than these state borders, an invisible construct. It's not necessarily fact, and I see holes in the construct. They
Well, I
tell
wouldn't say
you
that.
the
It
holes
is
in the
based on
construct.
fact, but it's
A lot
based
of
on
these,
the
a
fact
lot of
and the
these reports
information
are
that we
double
have
talk.
now. It's based on fact and information that we have now. So we can't say that it's
Yeah,
like
this is not. We
pointing
got to
borders
separate
as
that, bro.
imaginary borders, but it's based off the information that we have now. But it doesn't mean that more information won't come out.
Yeah, truth, but again, it's a
But we can't.
construct.
But
Like
listen, bro, we
these
got to
language
stop.
groups are constructs.
Yusuf,
This
we got to stop doing that.
anthropology.
Well, hold on, pause, Yusuf. We have to stop saying it's just a theory. These are people. These are our people who were also involved in this shit. They may have stolen stuff from us and then put their face on it and said they did it and I discovered this. And we don't know how much other stuff they lied about what they actually developed and came up with from their religion, their poetry, writing systems, all types of shit. So when people are producing information, you can't just dislike it because, oh yeah, the European makes up stuff. We got to check everything everyone says, and if it checks out, it just checks out. Like this information is not just a theory, it's scientific. That's completely different from somebody on YouTube or TikTok. Not saying nobody on YouTube or TikTok actually got some good information, but I'm saying is certain people can't downplay it and talk to a crowd who's taking theory and confusing it with a scientific theory, a professional, an expert that's telling you, I study languages, I study
Hey,
history.
Mo, I didn't say it was just a theory. I said out of Africa concept is a theory, and I'm not arguing that because the information seems to go that way. But we see flaws with back migrations, et cetera,
That's not a
holes in the
flaw. That's just a
construct.
back
So my
migration.
particular term was we can't forget that it's a construct. I wouldn't bash in the theory. I just know it's a
Okay, but
construct.
look, this is what I'm
There is
saying.
no
You
other
guys can say it's a
information.
theory all you want, but you guys have to bring evidence to disprove it. And I have seen nobody disprove the out of Africa migration with any type of evidence. I just say, oh, it's a theory, it's a theory, it's a theory. The
No,
Black
no, no.
indigenous community
I
for
never
the
tried to disprove it, Sutton. Believe. I never tried to prove out Africa theory. I never once tried to disprove it. Never claimed it was totally false. I just, I don't argue it.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
argue it, and I work with it.
you said. I think the fact is, I think you be in certain groups that don't, that don't subscribe to that. You know what I mean? And they feel like, ain't no Africa, ain't no out of Africa theory is all wrong, and we all come from the Yucatan.
Or you got mods?
I got a few. Do I need any more? What's up?
You everybody that want to be a mod, put fellas in the chat.
Yeah. I got Lily a mod, Patrice a mod. I get the day ones. Yeah, y'all let me know, man. And I'll try to hook y'all up. I'll look out, man. For sure. But Yusuf, you need to come up, man, and make sure you can have your information presentable, right? And we can have a back and forth, a sparring. We can do this.
Well, ain't nothing for me to even truly try to debate it other than Africans were in the Americas before colonization. Now, as far as me and Vanta, we 70-80% agree. There's a couple of new things, like he said, with haplogroup R1 or haplogroup the allele M1 and V38. There's a couple of things that with these back
Well,
migration.
haplogroup R, I wouldn't say we differ on haplogroup R, but yeah, haplogroup M. Unless y'all have another study.
Yeah, haplogroup M and N being part of the macro group L anyway. They're the children of XYZ, and we don't know their exact origin pinpoints, but that's neither here nor there. What we need to do is get this data, read this data, digest this data, and understand this data.
Well, first of all, hold on real quick, bro, because you try to make a statement for me, but as I always said, I don't have anything that is definitive, especially when we getting into some of these haplogroups R and M. Now, when you look into some of these haplogroups, they do, define it as being definitive, but looking into the honestly, when you get into some of these studies and stuff, they always leave it open to, okay, it might have a Eurasian origin, it might have an African origin. So me understanding that, I can't come on here and be like, oh yeah, this is gonna be just definitely this. The only reason why I've done that in the past is because that's what the science is saying, added on to the definitions of the haplogroups. But when you're looking at the studies, you're getting different studies from different time periods that might be saying different things. But once again, this is what I want to add on top of that is that I understand where y'all coming from, even with the R haplogroup thing. And I'm not gonna go against anything that's proven anything, especially dealing with Africans. But we can't just even with like I said, I give Jonas his credit with the R haplogroup thing. But we also have to not make sure that we're saying, oh, this is the only possibility, because it's still two possibilities and still two probabilities. Yeah, it could have derived from Central Africa, but it still could have derived from North Africa coming from the back migrations. So until we get fuller understandings, then we have to not stick to what they're saying, but go with the common consensus until we prove otherwise. But it's not saying that the other stuff ain't out there, because that still is a hypothesis. The other things that we're dealing
And
with that
that's
R
the only
haplogroup
difference between us,
is
brethren.
a scientific theory, is a theories.
I'm aware of all of the common consensus.
Right.
I just don't agree with anything unless one of our melanated PhDs or doctors said it.
Well, okay, yeah, I disagree with that. I take information from anyone, but I do definitely take in count, our people who's getting into it. But yeah, I did want to lay that on the table for everybody to know, because I have been running into information. If you guys missed my live earlier, I got into this earlier, and that's why I say things are ever evolving. So I already text this to Susan, Port, and also Mo. But I was reading a study earlier that was getting into African American mtDNA. So we already know, and this is what we get into all the time. Port, he brought it up first. The first person I seen with the Pretendian DNA. We all know 70% of us have that DNA in different variations coming from West Africa, different parts of West Africa,
That's right.
West Central Africa. But in the study as well, which we were getting into with these haplogroups, when they try to assign automatically 24%, I can no longer say that, because when I'm looking into these studies and what most of these studies are getting into, what they are actually saying is 17.1% of African Americans mtDNA. I didn't even get into the Y-DNA yet, but the mtDNA was I'm trying to get the right percentage when I'm talking about I think the 17.1% was getting into non-African haplogroups that were found in us. Then you have, oh no, that was 14.3% with a deviation of 6% within other studies that were done. So you have 14.3 to 8.3% or 9% mtDNA haplogroups within African Americans that are non-African. Then they also found within the L haplogroups of African Americans mtDNA that's dealing with the L haplogroup specifically, they found that the L haplogroups in African Americans at 17.1%, what I was saying earlier. The other one is 14.3 or 8%, because you got to do that 6% deviation. But with the L haplogroups, it was a 17.1% that African Americans have mtDNA that's that's non-African and non-European. So if you add all that together, I know there's different haplogroups, but if you add all that together, that's equaling up to almost 30%. This is just me thinking.
Well,
So, and if you
not
get
to cut
into
you off, but
the stories of most African Americans saying that they have a Native American ancestry, and you get into 25% of someone's ancestry maybe being, one full person, or a full grandparent, then that kind of that's the thought that I had. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's the thought that I had from that. But once again, that's different haplogroups ranging from the L haplogroup, and also the other mtDNA haplogroups was RO, R, U, M, N, and I think that was it. I might be missing one or two. So, but yeah, now I'm not saying that's what it is, because a lot of that could have came because of colonialism, could have came because of modern times.
Yeah,
I'm just
it's
saying
just
that is
being
interesting.
open and genuine about the information.
Yeah.
That's how we're
Yeah,
supposed
but
to do it.
I'm letting people know. Okay, I see what you're talking about, but let's get into it. Let's try to understand it even more. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's the stance I'm taking. I see what you're talking about, but let's dive deeper. Let's get better understanding. But yeah, I'm totally with, like, if a lot of our brothers and sisters was to go to AfricanAncestry.com, it's a good 20 to 30% of us that come back not African, because they normally do just the mtDNA or a motherline run. So 30% of African Americans are pretty much not African according to African Ancestry when they use your motherline to try to get your tribe.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's in most studies too. Because that's what I just said. The percentages align, but like I said, that's across different haplogroups though. So that's including the L haplogroups and also the other haplogroups that I was just
H,
mentioning: the
N,
RO,
M,
the R,
C.
the
Yeah.
U, the U, the M, and the N. But even with that being said, you will still have to have these haplogroups. So,
And basically, what I'm getting here is they should use DNA.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They should use DNA because there's not 100% against them. I think the issue is it's not enough of them. I think you have people because, like I said, I've ran into people where I thought that's what made me calm down in the beginning when we first started getting into this combat, where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna leave this religion alone real quick and jump out here. And you know, just like you do with religion, you kind of like hunting around looking. And one time I ran into somebody, didn't even jump up on the live. They pulled their shit up, showed all their stuff, and they ran through DNA. I thought it was somebody who was saying, I don't believe in DNA. I thought they was going to get into some pseudo shit. They backed up everything they were saying and looked just like me. So I left it alone. I was like, well, hold on. I ain't about to sit here and jump on everybody because some people can actually prove what the hell they saying. And that's what the DNA is complex. It's not some shit that's real simple. But this ain't about to be every single dark-skinned person in the world.
Nah,
that's wow.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
I think the misunderstanding is a lot of people think that we suggest, you know, we just look at the science, and I think people get emotional about this shit.
Yeah, I think they just want to. The people who throw it out, I think they just want to be what they want to be. You know, it's their wants in it because the DNA is not against you. It would not behoove these people. And we know that we have some deceptive elites and people who try to control the educational system and all of that. But once you get into a laboratory dealing with molecules and chemicals and all of that stuff, and you talking about blood tests and blood transfusion and centrifuge and storing blood, they don't just store blood for people in hospitals. They store blood in case something happens to us on this planet. They got shit frozen, seeds frozen, the genetics of the seeds, how to build computers. They're documenting all of this shit in case something like completely wipes us the fuck out. So it wouldn't help them to lie about this shit at this point, and they already run the world. I would understand this shit if they developed DNA probably back in like 1100 or something. We too far in the future. They already did everything they need to do. There's no need for all this. Just somebody who doesn't want to be who the hell they are. And I'm not trying to take away from people who maybe, you know, the select few that are gonna go like, oh shoot, well damn, I didn't think that was possible. I thought every person was, and then some people would need to be put in check. Like, okay, you can't be putting a blanket statement because weird shit happens in history that we may not know, but the DNA can tell the story that we may have missed about somebody else showing up or somebody mixing, or maybe even an evolutionary process that happened on the earth and we didn't even know it happened. It's possible, but we still have to let the evidence speak. That's what has to be important. It can't be someone who meditated or they just getting a funny feeling, or, you know, that ain't gonna work. So there ain't nothing wrong with being honest, and I always tell them that you should use DNA and separate yourself away from the people who lie, especially those who can back it up, like you, Yusuf. If you can,
I'm over here giggling right now, brother. I'm like, man, you know what? People just believe what they want to believe, but ain't nothing nobody could tell me to have me believe these 300,000-year-old people called Africans never left Africa.
Hey, Yusuf, I
some people didn't leave.
You better get your damn microphone together when you come back over here.
Yeah, because you fucking up the live, man.
Apologies, I got a shitty phone.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Your speaker is right next to your mic, so if you have headphones or some ear like an earpiece or something, that could help out, because I think that's what it is. Your speaker is right next to your mic, so when the sound comes out the speaker, it goes directly into your microphone.
Yeah, we always told people, bro, if you can present this information, I'm gonna ride with it. I'm not gonna go against information just because I'm not pushing nothing. I'm not pushing no agenda. I'm not pushing anything. If you give me an information and it's checking out, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna add it on. I'm gonna give people their credit. I've been doing that. Just like with Jonas giving me the R haplogroup thing that was found in Central Africa. I just never saw that study. So I'm gonna add that to what I already know, give him his credit, and continue on building what I'm building upon. You know, that's really all it is. So that's why even when it comes to these haplogroups, I understand what y'all saying. I have no problem. That's what I'm saying. You know, the more you dig, you dig deeper. I have no issue, especially with the R, with the M. That, it's a valid point. I can't go against that, because then, I'm just being dishonest, because even science itself says, it could derive from Eurasia, it could derive from Africa. So who am I to say, oh, it's in this particular region, even though we have certain studies, but, you got to have multiple studies. There's studies that's coming out all the time, and then there's studies that come out in later dates that's updating and has more information on top of that. So I'm cool with all that, but we also have to understand what the science is saying as well, as far as like with these L haplogroups, with haplogroup AOO, like some of that stuff ain't changing. That they come from Africa. People can't change my mind on that. But like I said, with the R haplogroup and the M haplogroup, yes, I'm cool with that, because in the past itself, especially with haplogroup M, if you look at some of the old mitochondrial maps, the L3 splits off in Africa and then splits off in Eurasia, and then coming back. But other illustrations have it splitting off in Eurasia and coming back into Africa. So I'm cool with all that. But some things that are solidified, I'm gonna stand 10 tones down on that. But other things that aren't as solidified, I'm cool and open for change.
Yeah, and for this person Val in the chat, just chill with this Wabo stuff. Like, we already told y'all that people do not like being called that to them. That's like dropping it.
Thank you, Mo, because I'm on
Just
the
leave
inside
that,
raging. Like, if I get to
leave that
calling
stuff
them
alone.
Asian or something,
leave that alone, man. Because we don't do that. We don't do that over here. Like, we talk our shit to people who talk shit to us and everything. We make sure it's at people who we know are lying and deceiving people, and we try to focus on what we can prove and all of that. That's starting to look like all black people right now, because it's a lot of them. So there's a lot of people. So it's like you're gonna end up hitting people who ain't lying, saying that shit. But that's and then, not to mention, we have recorded people already. Then sent me the recordings of people using that word, and they're looking at black people completely different. And these are black people. These are Native Americans or American Indians, whatever you want to call it. And they're talking real disrespectful, very disrespectful, down to unaliving people. And it's documented. They sent me the videos and everything. So that's a word that you probably should make up your own word or something. Like, make up something else. But that word is attached to people who have already went past education with each other. They're already, it's like the N word. We have a different type of history with people who are using the N word, even though we know where it comes from and what it probably originally. The people who are using it the most, they mean it in a certain type of way, so that energy keeps coming off like that. But there's nothing wrong with shit talking, because everybody shit talks. But just,
we gonna still talk some shit though. That's the
yeah, just you gotta learn how to use certain words. A certain thing, like we do
for the
turkey,
record, we ain't gonna
like
use
that.
that word out of respect.
Yeah, they asked us not to do that, so we just don't do that shit, and that's it. And sometimes you gotta accommodate on both ends, but it doesn't mean don't talk shit. You gotta talk your shit. You gotta defend your history. I don't know what you are, but defend your history, dude. You don't have to be.
hey, that word right there, right away, put me on battle mode.
Yeah, we love history. We love African history. We just ask people to just provide some proof, and we gonna back you if you providing the proof. We got you.
Yeah, we'll concede to any evidence that is substantial.
For sure. And I don't have all this pride that I guess people think I have. I'm not this all-knowing, all-smart person. There's studies that I have not ran into before, and I can admit that. I'm not too prideful to admit stuff like that, because at the end of the day, it's just about, figuring out, what's right, what's going on. And there is some other things. I haven't really touched on everything. There's some other things as well that I ran into. But but we'll get into all that.
That's why I always say, there's everything's possible, and I just look at probability of stuff. The probability goes up with resources or extra information. Because like I said, they always say everything's possible. But like I said, as of right now, the probability is low, but I mean, we just don't have all the information right now. And Yusuf, before I go, hey, feel free to tag me into something. If you want to talk about some linguistics, I'm ready to see it, because like I said, everything I've seen, I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it's not there, but for what we have right now, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, I tell you what, man. The way you brothers came on was real respectful, and we definitely appreciate respect over here.
You definitely welcome back, bro. Because I'm gonna holler at you when we gonna do some shit in the future if you don't mind. But yeah, I'm down with
most definitely.
A lot of good information tonight that the family can appreciate seeing too. And Yusuf, dog, I know in the past, we talk shit, we send shots at each other. It's never personal, dog. I think a lot of people in that last chat that we was in alive, like Opium, I think a lot of times we taking it personal. Like, ain't nobody talking personal about anybody. We all brothers and sisters. We got disagreements. I think we all can be adults enough to be mature in our adulthood, to understand we have differences and we can talk amongst ourselves about those differences. The reason why I got YouTube is where we can come and bring our information to the stage and not be shut down by TikTok and not be cut off and all of this other dumb shit. So Yusuf, if you want to come with more information and if y'all want to have this sparring, this intellectual scholastic sparring with the books and the information, I think you're welcome too. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be a debate. Y'all could just be up here, just having a conversation, presenting information, and shit like that. So
yeah, that works for me.
A lot of people can't. They can't handle a debate. It gets too intense for them. So it don't have to be. And I'm not just talking about the people who may be doing a debate. I'm saying even the people from the community on either side, because everybody has like little groups of followers and stuff, and they can't handle it. They'll think like there's some beef going on. We see it happen in the rap community. We see it happen with actors and comedians, and people be thinking like they got to actually go to a concert or some stand-up comedy event and actually beef with somebody, and they all
it's
together
entertainment
trying to push the information and shit. And hey, some people just don't have tough skin, and some people can't take a blow like a little. And we got to learn how to deal with each other. And I'm learning it. I know if y'all see me on that live, it was all types of shit I wanted to say to Opium, but I knew I was going to mess up the entire live,
dude,
if I said something to him that I wanted to say. So I had to refrain from doing it. But I know I could say it to Earth Speaks.
I got something
I could say
about
certain
that.
things to Earth Speaks and he could take it. You see what I'm saying? If I say it to Opium, he's gonna mess up the whole live. It's gonna get crazy. He's gonna want to pull up. Where you at? Drop your location. I got the chopper and all this crazy ass shit. I'm like, all right, well, forget it. Because the whole shit is ruined. So if y'all want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion. If you want to make it an official debate where we see who can actually prove a point and come to a complete absolute conclusion, we can do that too. That just gets and we just got to have it structured properly. But I think we should start it off at people, presenting their information, and then do like professional, organized, structured debates where we have a moderator, somebody's keeping a time, and we have the topic, and you have to stick to the topic, and you have to produce your sources. But for just having a talk and you want to just throw some stuff up on the screen and go through it or whatever, that's how we should start that off.
Yeah, none of that copy and pasting shit.
I just wanted to clarify real quick.
Look, and if we just one other thing, if we do that, I'm open to have the conversation. Like I said, I'm very respectful.
Mm-hmm.
I just like my personal thing is, there are Afro-Indigenous. I'll never deny that. My thing is if you do any kind of erasure on either side, because history is history,
mm-hmm.
Regardless on how you do it, and it's not just American history; it's all over. It's world history.
Right.
So any type of erasure, I'm against, especially the stuff that I grew up with, and it's not just like something my mom told me or grandma or anything like that. It's stuff that I physically traveled, looked at different histories and stuff like that. But when it comes to like, presenting information, yeah, we can do that back and forth. That's fine. I'm definitely open to that. Definitely.
Yeah.
I just had one thing to say as far as I want to clarify, a couple things. One, when I'm getting into the different DNA that was found and the differences, first you also have to understand that 73%, 74% still trace back to West Africa, West Central Africa. So understand that first. But then we have to understand and also deal with and also be reasonable and try to, look at this in unbiased lens seriously, y'all. Because just to be real, bro, in reality and actuality, there's no true way, unless they test everybody, every population, to know if it was pre-colonial or post-colonial, as far as when I'm talking about the other two percentages, as far as like the 17.1% getting into the non-L haplogroups and the 14.3%. Because if you add those two percentages together, that's almost 30%. Now, that doesn't equal up to the 40% in which I found in another study. But like I said, in that study itself, it says that's usually the numbers they get, with a 6% variation, with the 14.3% dealing in haplogroups that are not dealing with the L haplogroups, like haplogroups RO, R, U, M, and N. But those are still small fractions. But even though those are still small fractions, we still have to, pay respect to it, study it, and see what's really going on. Because like I said, a lot of this stuff is new, and we have to understand that. And we also have to understand, like what everybody's saying, a lot of history has been erased. Let's just be real. Let's be 100%. A lot of history we really don't know about, and a lot of history we do know about, and we do know is solidified. But we do have to, walk that line to make sure that we getting everything right. And that's if you're not coming on here being unbiased, then you're not really truly getting to the history. So that's what I'm getting to. So that's why I come on here. If someone presents me with something that I don't know, I will come on here and I will be like, yeah, bam. Then I'm gonna put that into what I know. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to keep building. With I understand a lot of stuff that's going on. I understand with, history being erased and everything, but we also have to understand the other side of it too. You know what I mean? As far as we we know what these wicked people done. We know that. And I understand that a lot of people are using some of this stuff to overstep boundaries, but I'm just coming from the position. Let's not try to underplay what Africans, especially sub-Saharan Africans, have provided to the world.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm into. That I'm not trying to erase anyone's history. I'm not, dealing with any of that, but I also want to try to get everything right in an unbiased manner, dealing with the information that is presented to us. I don't want to get into any feelings. Feelings, it is what it is. They may or may not be hurt, because I'm telling you, when it comes to me, I'm gonna keep 100% honest. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. I don't care what's going on. I don't care about no timelines or anything like that. If any information is being presented to me that's opposite of what I'm believing in, I'm gonna give it an honest look at. Same thing with, I know I had just came in here with the Clyde Winters thing, but what we have to also understand, Clyde Winters derived some of his information from actual studies. I myself haven't got into all of the studies that he got into, but I will. And once I get into everything, I'm gonna give my honest opinion. I've already seen some of the things, and I have rebuttals for some of the stuff, like the HLA gene and stuff like that. Some of the things, I don't have rebuttals for, like the R haplogroup. I thought I did, but that's kind of foggy. M haplogroup, I thought I did, but that's kind of foggy. Just keeping it real. So I understand what everybody's saying, but at the same time, let's be unbiased. Let's be 100% real when we getting into this information. Because I'm not gonna lie, even when I was reading that study earlier, people coming in talking about wobble and all this stuff, and I'm like, bro, I'm just reading this information. Like, what are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? I
Yeah, that's
can't
how they
get
do.
into
I've
information
noticed
sometimes.
that.
Even with on the
I've,
other side,
I've
like I'm
noticed
talking
that
about
if
with
you
my
give,
people as well. My people come in, they talking about, oh, I don't believe in the science. I'm just talking about for both sides. So what I'm telling people is, let's slow down a little bit.
Right.
Let's really get into what our ancestors accomplished. Let's try to stop trying to suppress what we have accomplished in totality. Because like I tell people this all the time, I believe all of our ancestors were greater than what Europeans are trying to put off.
Facts.
That's my perspective.
Facts. And, you know,
So we just have to get into responsibly understanding who had, who can have credit for building what.
Can I just say one thing before I get up out of here? Before I leave, I think I don't know. There's something about the word erase, because you get into like conspiracy theories. Whenever you say something erase, your mind just thinks it's, oh, what are they hiding? What are this, this and that. But when you're going at history, it's not really erased. It's stuff that you don't know, because you got to look at the location. Like here in America, they're going to teach American history, which they're going to omit a whole bunch of stuff. Like you can do a simple Google search on when the slave trade happened, and you're going to get like 5 or 6 different times. You might get some at 1600, you might get some at 17, but if you go over to Spain, that covers a different section. You go to Portugal, that covers a different section. You go to Africa, that covers a different section. So it's not really erased, it's where you look for the information at. You gotta. So that's my biggest thing when people say, history is erased. It might be hidden, a lot of stuff omitted, but I don't believe it's actually erased, because a lot of people got good records. And you'll see that the more you look into other people's things and how they cross-reference everything.
I just have one more thing. I know someone said, what about the Eder gene? The Eder gene, I do know about that. And I do want to say, I'm not erasing anyone. Like, listen to what I'm saying. I just said I believe all of our ancestors were greater than what Europeans try to put off. I'm not erasing anyone. I understand migrations. I understand back migrations. I understand how intertwined we have been in human history. Here's one example, for example. I love bringing up the Sahara Desert, bro. It's just a good example, bro. Like, they believe that because the dude from Morocco, the Teferat man, he was so intertwined and intermixed that they believe that they had been mixing for so long that they pushed the date back to 30,000 years. One of the first migrations back into Africa. That's how well mixed this population was. So people just don't forget about these connections. They don't forget about this stuff, bro. Like, you have people coming from Eurasia, coming back into Africa, in and out all the time. I'm gonna get into the study, but they the complex multi waves. Yeah, it's multi waves dating all the way back from 400,000 years, coming into more recent times, going back and forth into Saudi Arabia. So I'm bringing this up because just think about this. I'm not trying to get into no race stuff or anything like that, but Port put me on to the first like mutations, but in Homo sapiens, the first mutation for light skin didn't happen until like 30 or 40,000 years ago. Now, they did exist in other earlier archaic humans like Neanderthals and stuff, but they believe their variants were a little different. Some of those variants did come into Homo sapiens, such as red hair pigmentation. But I mean, I'm going on a tangent right now. Let me slow down. But
You good, bro?
there, I just wanted to show that people not only from Africa and Eurasia have been in contact. Then, man, hold on. Let me.
Hey, Fancy, if you want to put something in the chat to help explain, go ahead, man. You just got to send me the link, because I
Let
don't
me
know.
stop, because I know we gonna end soon, but I
It's
got
all
that.
good. I mean, I ain't doing shit right now, so I'll give you full autonomy if you want to.
All right, bro. I'm gonna drop this link because I want to get into this.
And Mr. Robinson,
let me show you this link because I want to show y'all the study that I got into today. That like just opened my mind up a little bit, because they kind of tweaked me out, with the percentage and just thinking about African Americans saying that they have at least one grandma that says that they native, and I was like 25%, 30%, and just adding all that up, I was kind of like, that's kind of weird, but that doesn't mean that's what it is, though. I'm just saying that is kind of weird. I can admit that. But that doesn't mean that doesn't come from like post-colonial admixture and stuff like that as well. But I'm just saying I am open up to the other possibility as well. But, as of now, from some of the studies I got into, most of the studies say that it is post-colonial. But like I said, I'll keep digging just, to see what's up, though.
Hey, Vanta, whenever you get an opportunity, bro, shit, I don't know what we got private chats everywhere and shit, right? Go ahead. I know you can't do it right now. Get a cluster of whatever you got, right, as far as links and shit, and put them in the phone dialogue that we have, and that way I can probably put them in a little package and then at least have them, and then whenever you
have to post it right now, so you can pull this one up, bro, just so I can show people.
And
the specific one, this what I'm talking about, so they can see, because I don't want people to think that I'm just capping. It's a long study.
This is the motherfucking Source Awards, is what we saying. So we can well, shut the fuck up over here, Port City.
All right, y'all. I'm out. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, bro, for coming in, man.
No problem,
bro. You are more than welcome to come back later. Everybody, if y'all haven't followed Mr. Robinson, I suggest you guys do so.
Please do.
And that's on TikTok. So the M Robinson 101, that's gonna be on TikTok.
Yeah, everybody follow my man on TikTok, yo. And you come back, man, because I want to talk to you a little bit more. Because I got a lot of information pertaining to privateering and stuff like that. And I do a lot of presentations anyway outside of these debates and shit too. And me, Mo, and all of us like information. So we information junkies, and you're like, all right, shit, you better come back, bro. You better come back.
We with all documentation, man. And I better see reposts. I want to see all the people we know with y'all profile pictures reposting everybody's content, especially Robinson, Sutton, Port City, Vanta, and me. We just be on lives right now for now, whatever. But we about to get back in a minute and be up there posting stuff. But I want to see reposts, because everybody is pushing lies. We shouldn't have people only pushing lies on the internet, and then we got people who just like, yeah, facts, and then just leave it. You got to push it. You got to take it a step further. If you're not going to be up here teaching, at least you can just go ahead and share that. Because for one of us, I think it's like thousands of people who just believe whatever the hell they want. It's not that many teachers. You know what I'm saying? If you look at a classroom itself, it's one person up there that's actually, studied and well-versed in what they're talking about and actually trying to be honest about the information. And then you got a whole bunch of people that's either willing to learn, they're going to be disruptive, they're going to do what they got to do to pass and then leave and do something else and don't even keep the education. There's all types of people in there. And then out of that class of people, only a few actually make it out and use the information. So it's up to y'all to change those statistics and start pushing for it. It doesn't matter what your family think, who following you and all that shit. If it's true, push it forward. And all the personal shit, y'all ain't got to do that. Like when we be cussing each other out and all that, you ain't got to worry about that. I'm just talking about educational information. Keep that shit pushing.
All right, definitely. All right, y'all. Good night, chat.
All right, brother.
Y'all have a good
night. I was about to say, bro, I like your videos. You be dropping that knowledge. Your videos on point.
I just put another one out tonight. I guess somebody tried to do a what is it? In Arizona, the rock formations. I'm not sure what that was, but
I saw that. I saw the original video. That's crazy. Yeah, we still stumping on that fake shit.
Yeah. Welcome to Death Row, brother.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, you too, bro.
All right. Good night.
Yes, sir.
I haven't forgotten about sharing your screen, Vance. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Sure.
And the motherfucking studio right there.
I'm gonna do some more research though, but I don't want people to get it twisted. What I'm saying, I'm still saying 73% of y'all still come from Africa.
Niger caught a fucking phony. Right? I say that shit. Y'all niggas come from the Niger California, Africa, West Africa,
I don't
Congo,
want nobody to get it
Ethiopia,
twisted.
nigga, Nigeria, my niggas. Shout out to Nigeria, Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba, etc., etc. Go ahead, brother. You got full autonomy on the screen. Can everybody see the screen and shit? Can y'all see what I'm
So
saying?
y'all can look this study up on your own as well. But yeah, this is the study I got it.
Yeah,
This
you
is
can
what I was
zoom
talking
in.
about. The analysis of mtDNA variants in African populations reveals the most ancient of all human continent-specific haplogroups. All right, let me see. Okay, I think.
Is this the link?
Wait, hold on.
You sure this is it? This says analysts of mitochondrial DNA variations in Africa populations reveal the most ancient of all human. What is it?
Shoot, hold on, bro. I think that might be the wrong.
It's all good. This is nice. I'm gonna keep it though. I appreciate it, dog. Go ahead and send another one in the joint if you want. Let me go back. I'm gonna share it. And, you want to drop another one in the
Yeah, I don't want people to get twisted. That 73% still African, but I do give people that we don't know with that with the 17.1% and 14.3 to 8.3%.
Hey, Vance, real quick, a source check. Is this the mitochondrial DNA diversity in the African American population? Is that what we're supposed to be looking at?
Yep.
I bet. All right. Let me give you full autonomy on the fucking presentation right quick. Yeah, family, welcome to the Source Awards. Right now, this is Source Up or Shut the Fuck Up. You source up or you shut the fuck up. All right, let me see right quick. What's award, yo?
I just found out some crazy stuff tonight too, man.
Good night. Welcome to Duck Row, niggas.
My
look at all those L's.
Before I came on here with y'all, I was trying to get it, but my uncle was just dropping bombs on me. Cause like I told y'all, I got my family tree book on my mother's side, but my uncle told me that the family tree book on my daddy's side is like 300 pages. They go all the way back to 1897.
Your family records, bro?
Yeah, yep, 1897, bro. He said he was gonna send it to me. He was gonna make a documentary on it and everything.
Hey man, let's do a whole show on that,
bro. That's work.
and
look, and we don't care what you find.
Yeah.
The whole point is this document.
And Vance, you're more than welcome to come up here and share, and we can have a whole little John where we do our family history that connects us back to Africa and all that shit too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All day. Look at all these L haplogroups in there that I've been telling these Bamas about.
Oh yeah, bro.
I tried.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with that 73%. That you can't get past that.
You can't. Go ahead, fam. If you want to
mitochondrial DNA diversity in African American population. Let's get into the abstract. I think the
good.
All right, so let me move this to the side real quick. Genetic polymorphism along mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, defines population-specific signatures called mtDNA haplogroups. Estimation of mtDNA haplogroup distribution may be prone to errors, notably if the study sample is not drawn from a multi-center cohort, which this was. Here we report on mtDNA diversity in a sample of African American individuals, 343, enrolled in a multi-center cohort sequencing of the hypervariable regions I and II of the D-loop control region showed that the most common mitochondrial variants are 73G, 146C. Let me break this down. So what they are saying when they say 73G,
push.
so when they going into where they go into and they're reading and they're decoding it, so on the 73rd letter, it should be A, but it's popping up as G. It's popping up as something else.
Hold on. Let's rewind that. On the ATCG on that particular code, the genetic code that we have, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, it's showing up as another letter, but it should be showing up as something else.
Okay.
So when you see 146C, it should be showing up as a different letter, but it's showing up as another letter, and that's what's causing the mutation, and that's getting passed down to other generations, which is getting carried on.
Oh, pushing some shit in right now.
So you have 150T, 152C, 189G, 16,278T, and 16,311C. In agreement with the published data, we observed 17 common mtDNA haplogroups: LO, L1, L1B, L1C, L2, L2A, L2B, L2 E, L3, L3B, L3D, L3E, L3F, L3H, L3X, and L4. The most commonly observed haplogroup is L2A at 19.8%, followed by L1B at 10.2%. Overall, observed mtDNA haplogroup distribution in our study is similar to those published for African American and the African populations.
I try to tell y'all niggas that shit. Don't want to believe Port City when I said you possess 71% of not a Niger codophonia DNA, and we talked about
that's facts.
L1, L2 haplogroups in West Africa, and the only motherfuckers that left out of Africa was the L3 group. And you can see genetically right here the fucking ACTG codes. This is some shit that I'm just now seeing right now. I get it because like I get ACTG. That's the genome code. When you stretch our DNA out, you get the ACTG. But what clusters populations together is the different mutations that can occur along that ATCG. It gives you these fucking sequences: 73G, 146C, 150. This is crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, this bad boy break it all the way down.
Damn.
Yeah, so people can understand what's going on.
Let me move it down real quick. All right, I got you with the introduction if you can see that. Are you following that, Banter?
Oh, my bad, bro.
Y'all motherfuckers always doing shit on my lap.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Where is that? Where I put that? I'm gonna try to get to the nitty gritty. Keep scrolling down, bro.
Okay. Damn, well, I'm gonna have this.
Oh, my bad.
We got methods, study, populations. Our study population consists of.
Oh yeah, they get into everything: methods, DNA sequencing. I'm not gonna read that because people ain't gonna understand it.
Now y'all see that DNA sequencing thing? That's what I be talking about right there. What Banta in essence was talking about. Those CCTG8, you know, all of that is the double helix that's spreads out, and those are different proteins. Am I correct? Right? The ACTG are basically
Yeah, those are proteins. The adenine, the cytosine, the thymine, and I forget what other.
That's why they say fucking protein is the building blocks of fucking life. But these motherfuckers don't believe in science. But I digress. Tell me when you want me to stop, bro.
Oh yeah, you keep going, bro.
Okay. We got the results here.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh wait, yeah, you can keep going.
How they say protein is the fucking building block of fucking life. The whole shit.
Okay, here we go. Right here, bro. All right. Hold on 1 second. Gotta grab my keys. All right. So distribution of non-L haplogroups. A fraction 14.3%, N equals 49 of our study population carried mtDNA haplogroups other than the African specific L haplogroups. These non-L haplogroups consisted of RO, which is N equals 24 at 6.9%, R at 1.4%, M at 2.3%, U at 2.3%, and N at 1.2%. The percentage of European and South Asian haplogroups in our population is comparable to other studies of African Americans.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold the fuck up. Pause. I was catching up. What the fuck does this say, Banter? What is this saying? Translate. Coming down.
So basically, yeah, so in totality, 14.3% of African Americans have non-L haplogroups that are not African or European.
Okay. So in that sense,
well, with the R haplogroup, they could be European, but
possibly, right? Okay,
yeah,
so
but we don't really know.
So you can have up to a 14.3% non-African genes in you, right? And this could be from. Okay, I dig it now.
It would vary for each person, but yeah, these are the normal percentages. So normally people have that RO haplogroup at 6.9%. R haplogroup at 1.4%. Yeah, so yeah, those are like the averages.
Interesting. Now, I got a question for you. This 14.3%, was this during the transatlantic experience? This is why we have a 14.3%?
It could be, but honestly, I don't know. I haven't. Besides the other studies I have getting into, showing that most of the stuff does come post-colonial.
Okay.
Other than that, yeah.
And even still, just to entertain the opposition, right, or the opposite side. I don't want to say the opposition. The significance of this data being something that's pre-colonization, colonization. Would it be? Does this information change history? Does it change West Africa and the origins of haplogroups, the origins of the genome? Is this information just being added to the story, or is this going to unravel everything and like reverse the entire?
Oh no, it won't reverse anything, bro. This is just adding to the story. Yeah, it's just adding to the story of African Americans. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. What's this right here, Vanta? This is
yeah, this is just the table. Yeah, this is getting into where they find the mutation. So let me see. I'm thinking 73G, that was supposed to be an A, and it turned into a G, I believe, and then 146C turned into a T, and then 150T was supposed to be a C, but it turned into a T. So I think that's what they getting into. But you can keep scrolling down, bro. Like I said, y'all can read this study by yourself. I read this whole thing earlier.
This is bomb, y'all.
I won't be doing it again.
This is bomb. I'm glad you sent it to me because I like this. So this is the genome, the human. The genome stretched out, right? It's stretched out, and when they sequenced it, they get the ATCG, right? And when they sequence this, they check these different haplogroups and they categorize the haplogroups based on these genetic differences that can occur
in a random sequence, right? Or a short or long read of DNA, correct?
Yeah, yep. These genetic markers
Okay.
are different where it should be reading off a particular letter is reading off another one.
And when
Which
you
is
see and when you see that sequence right there, that CATCTTCGATC, they're saying that that's a whole match in the exact same sequence as somebody else's, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Yep,
not
and
just
then those are
like they're
the
not
different
playing
mutations. Yep.
match like, ooh, that's blue and that's blue. This is something that matches in a whole sequence of data.
Yep, that matches. It's that simple, bro. That's when people be like, "Oh, it's hard," and they can mix it up. No, they really can't. It's real simple. It's supposed to be an A here. There's not an A here. It's replaced by something else. It's really that simple.
Right. So y'all got to understand when they do these, it's all about sequencing the DNA, and they do short read sequencing and then long read sequencing, and they basically stretch your DNA out so that they can see this code, and they have a signature code for how they categorize it.
And there's something else I wanted to ask you too, Vance. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them coming out with the new studies of correcting DNA to improve disease. You ever heard of that?
You talking about what is that? I forget the name of that. But I believe I know what you're talking about. But
yeah, they can like correct certain things in people's DNA sequence, and that will stop the disease because they've discovered that there's an error in the code.
Christopher or something like that.
And it causes a cancer. Now, this is what I was curious about when I was reading that study a few days ago. How would you know it's an error unless you had a code that was already laid out how it's supposed to be? So I don't know if you know already or if we need to dig into that. I want to see what they would be using as the base model to correct the disease that has mutated over time as people are, roaming around the world. Because a person can go to Alaska and live there for a long time and then develop a way in their DNA to live there through, epigenetics and stuff like that. But then now they're good. They don't have to stay in Alaska. This wasn't survival. They're not running from war. They can just go anywhere they want, and they could take their family and just set up in Africa or go to Greenland or something. And their body may not be set up to deal with that, and that could lead to certain problems. But when someone wants to make a correction in someone's DNA, I'm just theorizing that they would use the oldest version recorded of the DNA before the mutation.
Yeah.
And that would lead them back to Africa.
Always back to Africa, player.
Yeah, that is true. That 100%. So that's basically what it is. All of us are really mutations from the original. I mean, that's why I try to tell people with the whole mutation thing. It really ain't nothing bad. It just occurs. I don't want to say like it's like something that just happens like frequently, because it's actually rare, like when mutations happen, especially in mtDNA. Y-DNA is a little more frequent, but yeah, once those mutation happens, they have to get passed along and get solidified in that population. Dang, I forgot what I was about to say.
Yeah, because a mutation can actually get passed on, but it can actually die off if that person doesn't breed, or the person that their offspring doesn't breed.
Exactly.
So a mutation could actually die off, even if we find it in people who are deceased throughout history through anthropology.
And when that genetic mutation occur, that's where you have those marker at. So you can have different populations from the L0, L3 that branched off and genetically changed because they mutated in a way due to climate change or some type of phenomenon that that might have happened or occurred.
Oh, I remember I was about to say, yeah, Mo, you was correct. Like, so we when you're thinking about it, Africans have some of the most like when you get into the original haplogroups, they are some of the less mutated. So every other haplogroup after that has hella mutations that, you know, got carried on and passed on through the generations. So yeah, that's what I was about to say. So yeah.
And I like this study you sent me, man. God damn.
Dang. Yep. Yeah. Yo.
And that's what y'all see us learning right now. We asking questions, you know, trying to see what little bit we do understand and then building on it, taking notes, we screenshotting, we copying the links, because we let each other stay in the lane that we in. Like that's something that you don't see amongst everybody else. They just all are experts in every single thing to study, and I don't understand why they doing it. I'm not well versed enough in DNA to be up here talking.
Oh, okay, bro.
I need to be asking
just
him
go
questions
up a little bit
and learning.
So, okay, yep, that's right there. Wait, yep. Go back up a little bit, bro. I'm gonna start at that 17.1. I mean, down. My bad. I said the wrong thing. I'm gonna start at a fraction of 17.1%. I'm gonna start a little bit before that, though. Well, matter of fact, I'm gonna read the whole thing. You can start at. I'm gonna start at discussion. I'm gonna start a discussion because that it's imperative.
Before rock the mic, bro.
All right. I'm going to the gas station at the same time, y'all. All right, so the distribution of haplogroup in our data set is similar to those reported in other African American populations. 2009, that's a study. So when they have those little hyperlinks and stuff, those are actual studies that you can look into. In agreement with the published data, our study found that L2A is the most common haplogroup among African Americans, which is also the most common haplogroup found amongst West Africans. Many of the Africans brought to the Americas during the 18th century came from West Africa through the Atlantic slave trade. This explains the high rates of the L2A haplotype in both African Americans and West Africans. Same haplogroups in the Reach cohort were found in different proportions compared to other published populations. For example, 11% of individuals sampled in the SWV. Now I'm just playing. SWGDAM.
Y'all too young.
Y'all know who SWV is.
Yeah. I had a big crush on them, yo.
Multi-center study where haplogroup L1C and 81% of L3B. By comparison of 8.7% and 3.8% of the African Americans in the Reach cohort were of L1C and L3B haplogroups respectively. A plausible explanation of these discrepant frequencies in the smaller size of our sample compared to that of the SWGDAM. Alternatively, these discrepancies can be explained by methodological differences. Our study only sampled African Americans who self-reported as non-Hispanic and assessed the race membership on the basis of aims. So that's another thing that I didn't bring up. With one of these studies, the other one, they let people self-identify. But with one of the studies, they didn't let people self-identify, and they went specifically off of what they found through their ancestry. So with them doing that, they eliminated all people who might have any other admixtures, so we can get directly into people who we believe, directly descend from, nothing but, African descendants. And they still got this information from that. So I wanted to note that as well. So this is the information that they derive from people who identify as non-Hispanic and also prove that they were non-Hispanics as well. So by comparison, 8.7 and 3.8% of African Americans in the Reach cohort were of L1C and L3B haplogroups respectively. A plausible explanation to these discrepant frequencies is the smaller size of our sample compared to that of the SWG-DAM. Alternatively, these discrepancies can be explained by methodological differences. Our study only sampled African Americans who self-reported as non-Hispanics and assessed the race membership on the basis of AIMS, nuclear markers, whereas SWG-DAM only used self-reported race and ethnicity to categorize their study population. While the self-report of race and ethnicity usually matches well with, I can't see that, Brody.
Matches real with genetically defined ancestries.
Okay, it's cut off by the little comments, unfortunately.
I can't see the comments where I'm at. Go ahead.
Right. I think I lost. Categorize the study population while the self-report race ethnicity usually matches well with genetically defined ancestries. Further exclusion of some individuals on the basis of PCA data in our study. Why did that happen?
Do I need to go up a little bit more, bro?
Oh, no, I messed up on my end. May explain the observed difference with the SWDAM data. Indeed, we identified a fair number of L3B individuals among the subgroup of African Americans with Hispanic ethnicity. The other possible explanations in the different proportion of admixed populations other than the African American population between the SWDAM in our study. A fraction, 17.1% of our study population was identified as being potentially of admixed population of origin other than the African and European populations. This observation is substantiated by the overrepresentation of C1 and A2, two haplogroups highly prevalent in South Asian and South and Central Americans. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, y'all. But that was too much of a coincidence for me. Now, like I said, our DNA still came back at 73% African.
Right.
But that was kind of crazy to me when I saw that. When it said South Asian and Central American. Just think about that.
Oh no!
All right, so
percentages of that? Okay, you said that there's a 17% factor. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah. That's only 17.1% though. You do have to clarify that. That's only 17.1%.
Don't get too happy, y'all out here. Okay, don't get too happy.
And that's containing both of those, those haplogroups. So that's getting into So
so it's fair to say, right? It's fair to say, because we're gonna be honest, right? It's fair to say that there's a possibility, right, of a few African Americans that might possess these trace amounts of the South, what is it? South Asian and South Central Americans. Am I speaking right?
South Asian and Central American, yep.
Okay.
Yes, it's fair to say that.
So y'all need to take a fucking DNA test, is what we telling y'all, motherfucking Johnson. Like, why y'all afraid to take the DNA test? Because some of y'all could possess 17.1%, and that's an arguable amount of percentage to say, hey, I am indigenous or whatever. Whatever.
Right, and just keep it documented, point it out, teach it. Boom. We ain't gotta exaggerate. Yeah. Let everything be what it is.
Yep, that's all you gotta do.
Just let it be what it is. Shit, we can be honest. Y'all can be honest too, because it's like, y'all going wild. Do you know? Listen, we can take, what was it, 14 or 17%?
Right.
Yep.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like, compare that to somebody trying to prove 100%.
Man.
Like what? And I wouldn't even do 100% African.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you even try to do something like that? That shows that you're not trying to be honest. That is a hard number to reach. 100%.
Yeah, nigga. Barely getting 17%, right? You barely get this because there's not in a lot of, it's a small population, right? But most of us comes in the L2 range. Most of us are Niger California. Most of us got
1%. You dig what I'm saying? And it's these folks take that 1% and they exaggerate that shit.
Yeah, that's the issue.
That's the
That's
problem.
the issue that we dealing with.
That's the
Yeah,
problem.
for sure.
If you come up here and be like, look, dog, I got that 17% or higher, I'm like, shit, dog, I will concede to that shit. I don't got no problem with that.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen them higher than that. But those people are very few and far in between. Like they're not really part of these groups because they know that these people, like what they would get on the live, if they wanted to get up on the live with them, like, look, brother, I know what you're saying. Because I seen my DNA too. They'd be like, no, DNA. We don't mess with DNA. They're like, oh, they both black. But one black person did the DNA and the shit checked out, and they trying to agree with the other person, but they're using evidence that goes against what the other person's claim is, and they don't use evidence from DNA. So that throws the whole conversation off, and that's why we got to learn to be honest. And I still got a little slight window open for the possibilities of people fucking around in the laboratory. But we don't get to decide what they're doing if we can't prove it. If somebody is in there fucking around messing with shit on the computers, making sure that they keep certain type of algorithms in the computer, because I know, because I'm in computer science, you can make an algorithm and make a code, but all that's conspiracy theory. It just send out that algorithm, make sure that it keeps adjusting people's, results and all of that shit, depending on who they are. That is possible, but you have to prove that, and the only way to do it is to get your ass into the field. Right. All of this belief stuff and entertaining and twisting information on the internet, that's not going to get us directly to a solid, absolute fact. What we're doing right now, what we're showing y'all right now, is how we establish these facts. And as y'all can see, we open and honest about it. We don't have no shame in the game. It's all about truth, no matter which way it goes.
Yeah, we're agents.
But you ain't going to duck Africa. So far, the information shows you will not be ducking Africa.
Yep.
Agents, fam. And it says respectfully among individuals of Hispanic ethnicity. I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Respectively, that's like in order. In that order, like the one in that order.
This is good information. This is us conceding to the 17.1%.
Yeah, so like we said, we gonna. Like,
but y'all gotta prove that,
ain't
though.
No issue. Yeah, y'all still gotta prove how y'all got these haplogroups.
You gotta prove that.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. You still gotta prove how you got that haplogroup. So, but they keep scrolling down a little bit, bro, because I'm gonna get into the other one as well. All right.
I mean, when to stop?
Did my screen cut off a little bit?
Those who just are tuning in on YouTube, this is the replay for y'all.
It's closed.
We having a little genetic study right now with Vanta. Hey, bro.
Can you zoom it in a little bit? It's cut off a little bit, bro. I mean zoom. Well, yeah, zoom in.
Zoom out. He's saying zoom out.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Zoom out. My bad.
Like that.
Wrong thing. Yeah, a little bit more, bro. Because I can barely see everything. Yep, right. Oh yeah, okay. So respectively, among individuals of Hispanic ethnicity, a potential application as an alternative method to control for population structure in association studies, or to be used for other purposes in anthropological and forensic sciences. We show that the combination of a small but informative selection of aims in mitochondrial haplogroups provide additional information on population composition. As expected from the high mutation rate in heterogeneity characterized in mtDNA and mtDNA haplogroups further break down the continental population defined by aims into different subgroups. Thus, for large and power genome-wide association studies of populations of African descent, mtDNA haplogroups and more generally mtDNA macro haplogroups can be used as, I believe there's covariates to control for population structures. While the majority of the haplogroups found in our study population were of African heritage L haplogroups, 14.3% of them had non-L type mtDNA haplogroups. This is higher, but still comparable to the frequency of non-L mtDNA haplogroups reported in the SWGDAM study, which found non-L haplogroups to represent 8% of their sample. I did. Yeah, they ain't have none. So yeah, this is getting into that 14.3% that I was talking about earlier. And then it can go anywhere from 14.3 to, I believe, 8%. You can scroll down some more, bro.
This is 14.3% non-L.
I was trying to get into,
Yeah,
because
and
they broke
that's
everything
not average,
down.
right?
Yeah.
Which is that? Is that window an average? The 14 to 8%, is that window the average, or is 14 the average?
Because in one of the studies they got 14.3%, but the consensus was 8% for non-L haplogroups that they found within African Americans. But this is a newer study, so in this newer study they got 14.3%.
Gotcha. All right.
So the science changed, family, with the studies that they have.
Yes.
Yeah, and people try to say that science changing means that someone is being dishonest, but it actually means that they're being honest, because if you look at how these studies are being processed or being played out, they're not saying everybody on Friday turning your DNA and then they test all of it and then get back to you in a year. They're slowly getting groups of people from around the world, and then they're collecting the data and seeing with the database of people that they have on record what connection they made. And then as we go forward in the future, we have to get updated every, I think what they say, 5 to 10 years with the data that they're collecting, and we got to go from there. So the full picture is not going to fully be understood if we don't be honest about the information leading up to it, because we're going to have people that run away from it and just say it's all fake, or somebody who tries to use pieces of the information to their own advantage. That's not going to work. We have to keep the information as untainted as possible, so that when our great grandchildren get it, they're still looking at the open and honest observation from the data that we're collecting right now. So this isn't some shit that's just going to be done overnight. And I know that people talk like that. They think that they already have everyone's DNA in the world. They're still looking. As we gather more, we got to get updated.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I 100% agree, bro. You can keep scrolling down, bro. I might go to the conclusion.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, okay. I forgot I can control it on my end too. All right. So there we go. Overall, the mtDNA diversity observed in our study is concordant with those published for the African American and the African population. Specifically, the most commonly observed haplogroups found in our study were L2A, which is one of the highest haplogroups that's found in West Africa as well, at 19.8%, followed by L1B at 10.2%. The data reported here add to the increasing number of mtDNA sequences available for the African American populations and can be useful for forensic and anthropologic and biomedical investigations.
And I try to tell y'all Negroes, L1, L2 did not leave out of Africa.
Yeah. That's true. It was L3. L3 messed everything up. We got some L3s though.
I don't know what the fuck I be talking about.
We got some L3s within this. Within our community.
Yeah. So when they say out of Africa, they might not be talking about your ass. You know what I mean?
That's true though.
They might not even be talking about you. Man, this was fucking beautiful, man. I like this shit.
It's a more, it's fair. I think this study is fair.
Yeah, it is fair. I mean, this is the first time I'm actually seeing genetic trace amounts that are what what we say 14% and 17.3%. What that was that
Yeah,
what
that's all right, bro. Because I was getting the same thing. Because we were,
yeah.
that's what I was saying earlier. We was focused on the ancestry DNA testing,
Uh-huh.
but that's not actually what the studies are saying. The studies are breaking down the percentages in a better way.
That's interesting as hell, man. No, I appreciate that shit. Yeah, bro. And that's what I be saying. Like most of most of us African Americans come from that Niger California area, and I think that's the problem. I think people have when it comes to DNA, because a lot of the times, majority of the times, 70% of the goddamn time is going to say the L2. Now we're conceding to anybody that can walk up here and be like, you know what, man, I took that shit. I got the 14, or I got the the 17.3 or whatever that shit said. That's cool. I mean, that's good. Like that's an opportunity for you to speak out on that shit. But you got to take the fucking DNA test, and you got to concede to DNA being able to trace your shit back genetically like that. But a lot of people don't want to do that, because when they do get them tests, it's gonna say L2 and all this yada yada yada, which I've been telling jokers about it. Even Lower Natural in his debate that he had with me, the first 5 minutes he revealed that he had this everything matches to what you just said when we had that first debate about the us African Americans having that majority of the L2, right? And when he first revealed this shit, they said the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's
You know?
72%. 72, 73. There was some more.
Oh shit. I'm trying to see if I can pull up my shit.
And just remember, y'all, this doesn't mean either way the information goes. I'm willing to say if the whole shit was flipped and the DNA trace went this way and they found something under the ground and the ice caps melted, whatever, the slave trade, why do you have to touch the slave trade? I don't get that. I don't understand why people can't come from Africa, no matter what the hell you believe. Like, that's where it gets out of hand and it becomes something that is like someone's feeling like, oh, you're going against my beliefs. It's not me really going against your beliefs, whether I believe you or not. We don't even have to get into the details of it, but we're considerate enough to do it, to, dig into your information and ours and see what's going on. But remember, what you believe does not have to touch something that happened to my people. That's when it's going to get personal. That's what happens with anybody who has family that has got caught up in a slave trade. We don't even have no issues with people in our family who maybe mixed with an Indian, or they believe they're Native American, because this is the first time I'm hearing people saying the slave trade didn't happen. And y'all have seen what happened on the live. They got up there saying that the slave trade, that it's a lie, that he never said the slave trade didn't happen, and they all accepted it. But he actually admitted it. He said, I did say it. And that was dangerous for you to say it, even though he came out and he was honest about it. I can give him half a point. But if you said it before you actually did the research, that's the problem. Because I heard people say that before, back in 2011 and 12, about the slave trade not happening. And I did my research, and then I shut up. I was like, okay, they lying. The slave trade still happened. There's just more information added to it, and they're not able to process it. So y'all gotta remember that it doesn't matter how much percentage or whatever points they get with this stuff. They do not have to erase African history, and that's where they messed up at, because we could just be having conversations, but this shit has gone too far because they're actually trying to delete something that exists beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no doubt for that. We can doubt it, play around with the DNA, and okay, we got new information. We don't need no new information about the slave trade. It's done. The shit is locked up and sealed. I don't know why we even messing with that. But yeah, that's my rank. Go ahead.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, people ain't never start with that BS.
Telling you, y'all.
They should have never gave y'all the money.
Oh. Hey, now, can y'all still see the screen and shit? Y'all seeing this shit?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so this is basically my little 23andMe, right, that I took. And it's saying every goddamn thing that that long drawn out report genetically said, I'm considered to be an African American, and when I had my DNA taken, mind you, I spit in a tube. I did not swab my shit like that bullshit ass video that's circulating around as a fucking lizard taking a DNA test. 23andMe don't do they shit like that. Just FYI for y'all who were naive enough to believe that dumb shit. Okay, that's y'all naive to believe a fucking video that you saw on TikTok of a lizard taking a fucking 23andMe test. Come on, man, grow the fuck up. But anyway, you get these results back. Go ahead. What do you say?
I was just saying, man.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like,
y'all remember the book holes? Shout out to the book holes.
You know what I mean? Yo,
with the lizards.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And it's like the shit that y'all need to be reading is the shit that Vance had just presented to the table when y'all looking at any type of DNA. I don't want to see no fucking lizard video and y'all trying to debunk DNA. Nah, man, like come with some better shit than that. Come with a more scientific study. But you know, here we go, right here. We looking at my shit, right? It says I'm 90% sub-Saharan African, right?
Yep.
Man, when I say the Niger, California area, bro, that's this shit right here. All of that shit that's lit up in Africa.
And that color is the match, right?
Right. So I guess y'all, yeah. So everything is lit up here. I got a part of my DNA genetically here. Now let's look at how this shit is categorized. It says West Africa 79%. It says I'm a whole 90% of an African. Right? And you go and it tells you right here, West African. For a millennium before European colonization, the Atlantic slave trade, West Africa were united under a series of powerful empires, resulting into broad similarities in music, clothing, art, cuisine, it says fraudulent and genetic similarity extending from Senegal to the Nigeria reflects a richly complex population history in a region home of 350 million people who from 100, what it says, yeah, look at all that from, what it says, who people who form hundreds of different extinct groups. So it's telling you exactly people in West Africa that I'm connected to, and then it tells you, bam, it tells you right here I'm connected to the Igbo tribe of Nigeria, right? And everything that my man said in the reports, it matches the fuck up. Like this is all West African Niger codiphonian DNA. Now, we are an amalgamation of different West African groups, different Central African groups because of what happened with us. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to have a lot of diversity within that, like they say, within that African-American mixture. Look at 13% Ghanaian, right? So these are all spots. Now let's look at how indigenous I am. 0.5 motherfucking percent.
You indigenous, bro. You American Indian.
I'm a whole Indian. Put some motherfucking feathers in the chat,
bro. Put some feathers in the chat. Take that percentage up, y'all.
Put the feathers in the chat for $1,000.
Motherfucking feathers in the goddamn chat. Man, I'm a whole 0.5% Indian, bro. And I think this is the mistake a lot of you guys do when you don't do these kind of studies genetically. You're saying, to do this. I can't, I'm not going to claim 0.5%. What I look like?
Man,
that's the book preview is tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's Friday, yo.
Let them know.
Hey, and look, you got to move the decimal, bro. You got to move the decimal.
Yeah,
right. You move that over to the side, and then take the 0 and put it on the other side,
like that. Boom.
Yeah, yeah, that's how you got to do it because
You 5%.
And there's no such thing as zero and all of that Terrence Howard shit. Yeah.
I'm not an Indian. I'm not native. I'm not in this, like, you know, that 0.5, that's it. That's it. My family is over here. Nigeria, Igbo. Shout out to the Igbos. Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leone, 13.9%. You got, you know, if you, that's the same, you know, look at these numbers. Now look at, you know who, Mr. Latch Natural Yahweh, when he did his shit pretty much said the same thing. I'm more Nigerian than he is. He's probably on Nigerian. His shit said the same thing, but he think he's like indigenous to he's up here or something. Now we do have the European shit because the motherfuckers are like, well, show that too. You gotta show everything, right? I don't mind showing that because I don't give a fuck. But it's a small fucking percentage compared to my 90 motherfucking percent, right? So this right here, you look at where, let me see if I can go down. I don't know if that shit goes down. I should be able to see. Damn, I'm trying to show.
Hey, y'all better put them feathers in the chat.
There's some motherfucking feathers in the chat. But anyway, when you see this part lit up, you look at European colonizers coming into Nigeria. You can see certain connections between the British coming in there and then the Portuguese and stuff like that. I wish I can, what to say? UK, I'm like 6.9% quote unquote European, right? And that's only because of what had happened with my ancestors. I have documentation of my ancestors getting kidnapped out of West Africa and being put on a plantation in South Carolina.
And Vanta, correct me if I'm wrong about this. This is just off the top of my head, trying to apply some logic. With those areas where people have been moving around for a very long time, compared to the area where they didn't move, those could still be Africans in Europe, right?
Oh, yeah, yep. Because what was that one study we was getting into that said some of the L haplogroups that they previously thought that were Asian in Europe, so that could be dealing with that as well. So like I said, I gotta look into it some more. But yeah, even if that was true, yeah, they'd still be African. I mean, it's like that's where they derive from. Like I don't want nobody getting that twisted. Like bro, even with the AO haplogroup, the Sandawe, the Khoisan, all that is still valid. I was just showing people like, okay, this is the information that's being presented in the study. Just being unbiased, it can mean a couple things, but obviously pointing to more post-colonial things, you know, getting into some of the other studies. But like I said, I don't have every study out there, so I'm gonna have to, you know, keep researching to see, you know, where some of those haplogroups might derive from. I mean, not derive from, but how they got over here, and especially in us. So,
all right, let me see if I can read this real quick. Your ancestry composition results. At the heart of your ancestry composition report is the ancestral breakdown, a list of your population percentage arranged in a hierarchy from the continental level to the regional level. Listed beneath each regional population percentage, you may also find matches. See, those are genetical matches, right? To the groups of people who share more recent ancestry with you, right? It further reads, how can we calculate your ancestry breakdown? Y'all gonna fucking learn, okay? To determine your ancestry breakdown, we use an algorithm that individual looks at short pieces of the DNA across your genome. We just talked about that. We talked about the genome, we talked about the ATCG, and we talked about genetic mutations that you can find in there, right? Like TC, G, A, and they had different numbers on them, right? It says we compare each piece of DNA from the reference population from around the world, right? I.e. thousands of individuals with a known ancestry. When a piece of your DNA resembles the DNA from a specific reference population with a high degree of confidence, it is assigned to that population. Sometimes a piece of DNA resembles reference
DNA from several populations, in which case it is assigned to a broad ancestry, i.e. Northwestern European. If a piece of DNA does not closely resemble reference DNA from any populations, then that piece of DNA shows up in your results as unassigned ancestry. These assignments are tallied across your genome to determine your final results. By default, your results are calculated at 50% confidence level. You can see how your results change with different confidence levels in the chromosome parent section. Let's look at that. Now, this goes all the way back to kind of what Vance had been talking about. Your ancestral composition chromosome painting. These are your chromosomes. We've painted them with your ancestry composition results. The first 22 are called autosomes and comes in pairs of 2, each representing by one of the colored horizontal lines in the graph below. Chromosomes have different lengths and are named 1 through 22 when sorted by size, scientifically not very creative, right? Lastly, we also look at ancestry on your X chromosome. 2 copies like the autosomes if you are female, and only 1 copy if you're male that you got from your mom. Okay, so this breaks down all of that shit right here. A 100% breakdown of a genetic. Okay, that's where you can see a little bit of the European bullshit right there. It's real small, so you know, there you go. So this shit lights up right here, lights up the European part. This is how it breaks down. There go my motherfucking Asian, right? And let's get to the fucking indigenous. Oh shit, the 0.5. Look at
Afro-Asiatic and American Indian right there. Now it's playing.
Damn. It happened in reverse though. So what it's really showing you is that you actually 90% Native American. It's in reverse. You gotta reverse all that shit.
Let me see. Read our ancestral composition guide for more details. Let's see what that is. Okay. This shit long. Okay, 23andMe state-of-the-art graphic ancestral analysis. 23andMe Ancestry Composition Report is a powerful and well-tested system for analyzing ancestry based on DNA, and we believe it sets standard for rigor in genetic ancestry industry. We wrote this document to explain how our analysis work and to present some quality control test results. Note, this document goes into specific for the current version of ancestry composition offered to the customer on a V5 platform. For customers on previous platforms, click here. Your ancestry composition report shows the percentage of your DNA that comes from each of the 47 populations. We calculate your ancestry composition by comparing your genome to those of 14,000 people with known ancestry. When a segment of your DNA closely matches the DNA from one of the 47 populations, we assign that ancestry to the corresponding segment of your DNA. We collect the ancestry for individual segments of your genome separately, then add them together to compute your overall ancestry composition. Are y'all following me?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna move forward. The basics. DNA variants occur at different frequencies in different places across the world. And every marker, we've talked about that. Vanta has been talking his ass off about genetic markers, has its own pattern. See, we just talked about patterns of the geographical distribution. The 23andMe ancestry composition algorithm combines information about these patterns with unique set of DNA alleles, am I pronouncing that right, in your genome to estimate your genetic ancestry.
Here's an example of a haplogroup, a special kind of DNA marker that illustrates the idea. This map shows the frequent of the metro haplogroup H around the world. Haplogroup H is very common in Europe, is also found in Africa and Asia, and is rarely seen in people native to Australia or the Americas. The association between this marker and the geographic location works in two ways. If you know you have European ancestry, we know that there's a decent chance you have the H haplogroup. And if you have the H haplogroup, we know that your genetically history likely includes at least one European ancestor. Are we following? Are we tracking? Now, although we can locate your ancestry with much precision, based on this one DNA marker, we measure hundreds of thousands of DNA markers. We measure hundreds of thousands DNA markers on the 23andMe platform. If we combine the evidence from the markers, each which offers a little bit of information about where in the world you're from, we can develop a clear overall picture. Okay, what does it say, Winkle number one? People usually have multiple ancestries. Okay, so getting down to nitty gritty, if all of your DNA came from one place in the world, figuring out where you're from would be easy. Recent research has suggested that for a European person whose entire family comes from the same place, genetic analysis can locate their ancestral home within the range of 100 miles. But most people's ancestry come from many places. The technical word for this is admixture, the genetic mixing of previously separated populations. For example, it's common for people of European descent to have ancestry from all around Europe, and Latino people typically have ancestry from the Americas, Europe, and sometimes Africa. Our ancestry composition algorithm handles the challenge of admixture by breaking your chromosomes into short, adjacent window-like boxcars in a train. These windows are small enough that it is generally safe to assume that you inherit all of the DNA in a given window from a single ancestor many generations back. Are we good? Are we still up in class, everybody?
Yep.
Am I pushing? We pushing good?
Pencils.
All right, baby. All right. So Winkle number two, we do not know which DNA come from which parent. Recall that for each of your 23 chromosome pairs, one chromosome in each pair comes from your mom and the other one from your dad. So 23andMe don't give you your damn chromosome pairs. They're telling you right here that you get them from your mom and your dad. Genotyping chips don't capture information, but which marker comes from which parent. Here is a quick example to illustrate this point. Say for a short stretch of chromosome 1, you inherit the following genotypes at 3 consecutive DNA markers from your dad. This goes back to the ATC. Bam, you get the ATC from your dad, and you might get a GTA from your mom. This goes all the way back to what Vanta had just talks about. So this is how they break down who you are, what group of people that you classify with based on the genetic chromosomes that you inherited from your mom and your daddy, not 23andMe conspiring against you, trying to make you black or trying to make you African. Okay, so let's go further. The genotypes, right? What it says, the genotypes where you inherit different variances from mom and dad. In this case, the markers on the ends are jumbled up. They are 2 possible haplotypes that are consistent with raw data, and we do not know which one of your actual DNA sequence it could be. So you can have some ATA, GTC, which happen to be wrong, or it could be ATC or GTA. Okay, so sometimes things are a little wonky in that in that sequence. It's all about the sequence of the ATCG.
That's people. If we don't get anything in y'all motherfucking head, remember these are proteins, the ATCG, and these are the sequences that are spread out, and they find little matches and shit in them, right? So it says right away the technical term for determining which alleles, am I pronouncing that right, reside in the same chromosome together in phasing. DNA data, like our raw data, is called unphased. So what? This matter because we can learn more from long runs of many DNA markers together than we can learn from individual DNA markers alone. In the above example, the combination ATC will generally say more about your ancestry than A, T, and C say when they are considered separately. So they need a whole long read sequence, and I'm thinking they do long read sequencing with this. So it says, luckily, we can use statistical methods to estimate the phasing of your chromosomes. After phasing your raw data, the ancestry composition algorithm calculates ancestry separately for each phase chromosome. So they're just telling you all of this stuff and how they categorize your shit and how they match it. It says the setup defining ancestry populations. Let's talk about this. The database. I'm sorry, the data sets. The ancestry composition algorithm calculates your ancestry by comparing your genome to the genomes of people whose ancestries we already know. To make this work, we need a lot of references, a lot of data, a lot of samples, right? Our references data sets include genotypes of 14,812 people who were chosen generally to reflect populations that existed before transcontinental travel and migrations were common, at least 500 years ago, right? So that's telling you we're a database of approximately 500 years ago. However, because different parts of the world have their own unique demographic history, some ancestry composition results may reflect ancestry from a much broader time window than the past 500 years. Customers comprise the lion's share of the reference database used by the ancestry composition when a 23andMe research participant tells us they have 4 grandparents all born in the same country and the population of that country didn't experience a massive migration in the last few hundred years and happened throughout the Americas and in Australia. For example, that person becomes a candidate for inclusion in a reference data. We filter out all but one of any set of closely related people, since including closely related relatives can distort the results, and we remove outliers, people whose genetic ancestry does not seem to match up with their survey answer. To assure a representative data set, we filter aggressively nearly 10% of reference data sets. Candidates don't make the cut. We also draw from a public reference data set, including a human genome diversity project. Okay, so they have a large pool of samples that they get from people who have not migrated at least 500 years ago. Okay. Now, it says including the Human Genome Diversity Project. That's more samples, and the 1,000 Genome Project. We finally incorporated data from 23andMe sponsored projects, which are typically collaborators with academic researchers. We perform the same filtering on public and collaborative research data that we do on 23andMe customer data. I'm not gonna read no more because I know y'all like, what the fuck? Unless y'all want me to read some more. But this is in a nutshell telling y'all how the DNA is sampled, where they get everything from, how they sequence it, and how they come up with their conclusions and put you in a category of
of giving you a good raw estimate of where you are genetically speaking.
And what I heard was that they're actually fishing for the people who didn't move around that much, right?
Correct.
Because the people who are moving are not as important as the people who didn't move. And that may sound bad, but when we're talking about building a statistical database of people who are connected from somebody else, it's really not that important to deal with the people who travel. You can get to them, but the database of the people who didn't move need to be available, because you're going to test the people who did move, because that's who you need to know. You need to know who the people who moved are connected to.
Yeah, fam. So I mean, it don't get no better than that right there with the evidence, genetically speaking. These haplogroups, these L, like what Vanta was talking about, what I've talked about in the past, the L0, L1, L2. That's kind of where we're at with this information. And until we have something that pushes otherwise, we'll concede to anything else, but it's this heavy document information. It's crazy. People don't believe shit like that.
Right. Yeah, we
great.
Over here, man. We just all about documentation. Shit got out of hand. It is what it is. It happened. But if you know us, you know us. For the most part, we're what you call it earlier, Port. Research junkies, research geeks, data, information. Like that's what we addicted to. We're addicted to the truth. We love coming to conclusions. We like learning new things. But we have learned that in our community, and just not even only our community, but on the internet, period, there's people who would deceive you. They'll lure you in with a little piece of knowledge, because don't get it twisted. These Black, indigenous people, Christian, Muslim people, they got knowledge. But some of them lure you in to give you a belief. They'll lure you into the Kool-Aid with some shit like, yo, what? I didn't even know that. And they're like, yeah, brother, grab a sandwich. I told you, everything good here. You need a jacket. And the next thing you know, they got a whole picture of Kool-Aid for you. So we're very aware and cautious of that shit. And that's why we like to make sure we're coming to our conclusions properly.
Yeah. And we attack the information, you know what I'm saying? We attack information. It ain't no personal shit. I think a lot of people get emotional, and I think they put the emotions on their sleeve. And I don't do that. I mean, I come out here to just debate the information. Now, we take shots kiddingly. And I think, certain people have certain ranges with how they can take shit. Certain people can, like you said, Earth Speaks Mike can take a lot of shit talking versus other people who can't. And that's just kind of how, it is.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, what you heard Vanta say, oh, this stuff really opened my mind. I seen something I didn't see before. Boom. And he doesn't say, oh, I was wrong.
Right.
You know why he doesn't have to say he was wrong? Because he's researching what the experts are saying.
And he's not
in a laboratory. He's researching it.
Right.
He can comprehend it, and he's sharing it with people who may not fully understand it. And that's it. If any correction needs to be made, he says, oh, that study needs to be updated. He doesn't have to go, damn, I was wrong.
Yeah.
There is no wrong. And that's what happens when you have pseudo information. You made it up without holding any actual water. So when it gets disproven, you feel very bad about it. We not over here doing that. If I'm wrong about something, it ain't from what I studied. It's from me studying what the experts said, and I add a little bit of logic to it. But other than that, I'm not going to overstep somebody in a laboratory looking at a microscope, somebody who's carbon dating, someone who knows 20 different languages, someone who has decoded tens of thousands of scripts. How am I going to correct them? I have to study and get on that level, and then I can see if I can have a conversation with them and kind of pitch them some ideas from what I'm learning with a fresh brain. But other than that, we're trusting what the experts are saying. And if we catch something and we are, if we have the capacity to correct it, then there's no problem with that. But we're not about to sit here and act like we're making this shit up. We're saying trust the experts. If you don't have any experts from your field as a Black, indigenous person, or if it's religion, whatever it is, get those people in the field. Right now, we're trusting experts because that's the right thing to do. I don't know why people are against that stuff, and our people need to stop being painted as if we're not involved in science, biology, anthropology, or none of that shit. A lot of these slave masters and people who invaded our lands and stuff a long time ago, even if you want to make your history here, they were taking stuff from people in the slave trade, outside the slave trade, and then making it seem like they came up with it themselves. They discovered that the Egyptians were already studying embryology before you have Islam coming online talking about they knew about embryology. And then when you look in history, coincidentally, they went over there and burned down their libraries and took all of their shit. So now it makes sense why you're trying to cover up that we already were studying embryology and you're trying to make it seem like Allah told you in the 7th century. You see, so you got to be very aware of these things, you know. So sometimes we're afraid of what we call the European school system or European knowledge or European mind. It's stuff that he's stealing and not giving anybody else credit for. And for the last part, we're building on top of what other people have already studied. So when people talk shit about out of Africa, dealing with human origins, this is what's going on from the data that has been presented and gathered, collected over hundreds of years by thousands of people. So you can't, this isn't us coming up with it. You guys have these new theories that you're coming up with, and that can easily be debunked, and that's not our problem. You just came up with it overnight. And like they said on the live earlier, you're not even that old. Y'all young, 19, 20, 25, 23. When did you come up with this theory? You just came up with it overnight. And I'm not saying it's impossible. That would be very rare that someone studied all these databases. They looked at every single DNA sequence and just disproved that this shit is fake. They proved that someone put an algorithm in the computer so that whenever a Black or an African American person takes a DNA test, it just makes them come back as African. Like, y'all got to stop with that. Just stop. Leave the shit to the experts. You don't even understand what you're talking about. Let the people who do understand it explain it to you, like Vanta. People who understand the slave trade, like Port, let them explain it to you. People who understand religion, like me, let us explain it to you. Mm-hmm. Let us explain it. You don't have to pretend like you know that shit, and you can still believe whatever your grandmother told you, but we're just going to give you the truth, and that's the only thing we have to stand on. If you want to go and study the same thing we're studying, and then grab some information that's new, like Vanta presented, and you want to build on that, say, hey, look, check this out. I think there might be something that you're missing. And we'll take that and add it to the story. But to erase a history and reverse the timeline and flip it and turn it inside out, you're going to need a lot more information. These TikTok videos and reading short paragraphs and shit and freestyling on lives is not going to work. You need more data.
Facts. Yeah, I was talking about the T Americans. I debunked that map about the Dutch and the Dutch West India Company. Y'all ain't talking about that. I was the first one to break that shit down. He be listening to my shit, mm-hmm. Y'all. I think he a fan. He a low key fan, yo. Shout out the Natural.
Yeah, that was all out of whack. That was out of whack.
Oh shit. Shout out to Be For Real for having us all together, man. That was yeah. When you went over there, was you invited cordially or some shit? How the fuck did that even go down? Like, I was like, hold on. What the fuck happened?
I forgot. I don't know if somebody tagged me in it or they sent me. I think somebody tagged me in it. It was like, we're going live today, 6 o'clock or 6:37, whatever it was. And Africans are welcome. We want to have a discussion, exchange information. And that's how I was like,
ambush.
What y'all talking about?
But I'm the way it went down, I was impressed because it could have went like a total shit show the whole time. And it did get a little crazy a little bit. But I think a lot of people got a lot of shit off. And I think they know where we're coming from.
Yeah, I had a few misunderstandings, so I can admit to that.
Yeah.
I did misunderstand what I guess it was heated. I thought she was saying, I'm about to go get my uncles or my cousins or some shit. But she was saying, like, I need to get somebody that's y'all age because I guess they like in their early 20s and shit. So I got it. But yeah, still, it's not going to stop.
Ain't gonna stop. We still coming.
It's not going to stop the music.
The smoke is still coming. But we diplomatic about this shit, though. We diplomatic and we adults, and we can concede to certain shit, And that's what makes this platform, I think, that we're trying to do a little bit better. And welcome people over here who do have differences and maybe want to come up here
and challenge the shit that me and the gentleman talked about tonight, or anything that we've said in the last weeks leading up to the 22nd. But what you ain't gonna do is come up here shouting and all of this other dumb shit and trying to talk over people and all that crazy shit. No.
Yeah, do that shit on TikTok. We over here, we don't want no smoke.
We got class.
We want all information. If it's information, we with that type of smoke. But
we paying that
time over here.
Okay, we got class over here, friend. And you know, I got kids too that watch this shit. So I mean, I ain't trying to get out here thugging it with y'all on some dumb shit. Other than information.
Just the info, y'all. Just the info, man. Y'all put them feathers in the chat.
The motherfucker.
Today was a fire day. You know, just building up to it. We told y'all it was going to get real heated. Things are going to get intense on the way because, you know, you got to fight it. You know, you got to fight it, but it's coming. You know, when you get in trouble and you coming home, you know, you getting spanked.
You know it's coming.
You getting spanked. You know, I was the type that when I got home, I already knew I messed up.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the belt. Hurry up and get this out the way. No, I'm not staying in my room. You know how to give you multiple options. You can stay in the room for a week. Nope. Whoop my ass. Let's get it out the way. I'm going outside. You know what I'm saying? Some people they can't take it. They be trying to explain. No, see, what happened was I didn't say fuck you to the teacher. I was talking to the student. Yeah. She was standing there. So it looked like you keep trying to explain it. You getting it. It's happening.
Your hand out because you're going to get popped.
Go ahead. Get this switch. And don't get the thick one either.
Mm-hmm.
Get the thin one.
That's it. Now I'm reminding y'all because I'm being real diplomatic. This is a full attack on the information.
Facts.
Is a full comprehensive dismantlement of these claims. Is it a disrespect to these brothers? No. Is it a personal attack to these brothers? No.
Nope.
I want to make that very fucking clear.
Facts. Hey, and I'm gonna even say this. I have not heard them say that they came up with it.
Say that again.
So I have not heard them say that they came up with it.
Came up with what?
That they just came up with that slave trade was in reverse and all of that stuff. It comes from someone else. Someone else has already said it, and they're going off of what that person said.
Oh, man, it's just
your information is messed up. If some of these people were alive who deceived you in these books, these pseudo books and you know, conspiracy theory books or whatever, we would go directly at them. But you alive pushing their stuff, and then the other people who are like some, you know, there's a few of them on YouTube that we know y'all getting y'all information from, but you don't admit it. If they pull up, they can get it too, but we know that they already ducking. People have already called them out, so y'all the only ones that we can go at. We know where you got it from. Because they were saying this shit years before, and y'all were Christians and Hebrew Israelites and Africans, and they were already saying it. So we know where it came
from. That's funny, man. They fell out with fucking Earth Speaks and shit. This was weird to me too. I was like, I thought they was all superheroes and shit.
Bro, what the fuck was
I was like, damn, Lord went hard on my man. Yo, he must have pissed him off. He's like, yo, don't fuck with him no more on the fucking bridge.
He said, do not associate me with that dude. We never really did, though. It was just the way that they were just in the same group because they were all bullshit.
I was under that tent together, and y'all, y'all just caught it, and that's all that goes.
Yeah, y'all just all happen to be using pseudo-science. That's what happened. So that's how we grouped you. But whatever differences y'all got, y'all both still lied. So I mean,
we're gonna attack the information on both. Oh, it come to find out, I think Natural revealed in his live that guess where fucking Earth got that damn Queen Mu book from?
Kenya.
Well, from what I heard in Natural joint, he said he gave him the books. I don't know where the book come from officially, but he made the suggestion that he gave him the book, and of course Earth took that book and ran with it. I kind of thought that he got that books from some damn body because he just
it was one of them
busting out saying all he
we
was.
Just assumed it was Kenya because she told us that, and she was like the only person we heard bring that shit up before that. But it could have been Yahweh too because they were, you know, he'd be into those type of books.
Yeah. Now, if y'all want to see that book debunked, y'all are more than welcome to look at these
presentations that I put out in the past on Queen Mu and the Egyptian.
Wait, you're not running it back?
Oh, I'm gonna run it back. Yeah, matter of fact.
Yeah. I want to say, run that back on the 22nd.
Yeah, I got to now. Yeah, I will. But yeah, that's funny, man. I think they just see, when it comes to pseudo information, right? And you can't run on that, man. I think you got to have some type of concrete or some type of foundation to sit on that's accurate, peer reviewed or something. But when you have that pseudo tent that you're in, you let a lot of people in, and they got other pseudo shit that they're into, and there's this big old tent of mass pseudoism, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, right? And then you're gonna have certain disagreements in it because certain things are not gonna match up, and your crazy is not gonna match up with his crazy. And then from a distance, it's like y'all both kind of wrong a little bit on the information, dog. I'm just saying. So when it comes to information, y'all both are gonna get dealt with accordingly on the informational level. Cause that's what we about. No disrespect, personally, and for them to come up and have us on the on a live, shout out to Be For Real for doing that and all of that shit too. So yeah, stay tuned. Mo gonna be in for the book joint tomorrow. So you ready?
Yeah, I'll make sure y'all pull up for that. That's gonna be a nice treat for my delays on this book. So y'all pull up. I'm gonna show y'all the status of where they're at with the proofing and the Library of Congress and all of that shit. Then I'm gonna run through a chapter in there, and I may have another surprise. I'm not gonna say it yet because I got to see how it works with the paperwork or whatever. But I might be including y'all in making some profit off of it as well if I can get this done in time. But yeah, I'm gonna give y'all that preview. And I'm gonna show y'all that the shit is already done for anybody, because I know somebody, not everybody, somebody has to be thinking that this is cap. So I'm gonna show y'all as much as I can without putting my personal information out there to show you that the whole shit is complete, and I'm just waiting for them to do their part. My shit is done. But I'm gonna run you through one of the chapters. I'm gonna try to highlight certain parts because it's really long, but I'm gonna try to run through the highlights of it to give y'all a nice little overview of how powerful this book is. So this is coming from experience of being involved in these belief systems and doing research as I'm deconstructing and finding my way out. And also y'all seen me in person with people debating them. So imagine what this information is all laid out in footnotes, references, and just elaborating on the details that are already established by the professionals in the field. So y'all make sure y'all pull up for that. That's going to be a nice little reintroduction to our step back into religion, because after this we're not going to just stick to the Black indigenous stuff. We still want to deal with African history and these topics, but we also going to get back to pushing shit in on the other side as well, because we've been leaving a lot of other people that's out there with pseudo information as well hanging, dealing with other people, because this is more of a sensitive topic to our community. This is dealing with DNA, this is dealing with history, anthropology, paleontology, biology, mathematics. Everything is included when we're talking about culture, government, civilization, and Black history and all of that. Like people are trying to erase that. That's not cool. So y'all make sure y'all pull up for that. That's going to be a nice little introduction of the book. I think I'm skipping the introduction. Actually, I'm going directly to, I think, the first chapter. The introduction is really, y'all already know my stance on how people have their beliefs. I'm going into the first chapter because that's where, the people who already follow me can get a better understanding of what's going on in the information that's presented in the book. The preview or the introduction or exordium that's in the beginning of the book, that's for people who may pick up the book and they don't even know who I am. So that's giving them an understanding of where my stance is. But yeah, after that, on Friday, of course, we got April 22nd. The storm is coming.
The storm is coming.
It's coming.
Mo got, look, I'm gonna keep it real. Mo got like the bomb. Mo got more information than I do. I'm gonna keep it real. Mo got some fucking shit for your ass.
And it's gonna be funny, bro. It's gonna be funny.
personal.
It's gonna be educational.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's gonna be up there.
Yeah, y'all gonna learn a lot, man. I got several presentations to put out there, and it's more informational based. We're gonna take a couple of shots too, but it's nothing personal. I think we got a lot aired out today in that live with Be For Real for us to understand it. It ain't personal.
Yeah, shout out to her. And look, make sure y'all, not to cut you short, make sure y'all don't have no bad blood with neutral people in the comments and neutral people, even some people who just talk a little shit. There's nothing wrong with it. They talking a little shit. And even still, like the stuff that's going on with me and Natural and me and Opium, and whoever else, I don't know who else is like super smoky with, but it's those two are like off the top of my head. Don't include them in what you already, if you cool with them or whatever, y'all just tight, but y'all disagree. You don't have to, there's no side with this shit.
Right.
Just hold people to the truth, and that's it.
Yeah.
We don't you over here, you a traitor and all of, we not into all of that. Either you represent the truth, or you represent the lie, then you represent the lie. We catch you, we caught you, that's the end of that. Y'all could still be friends. Me and these people don't mess with each other for other reasons that didn't include people in the comments or people who follow each other or may follow both of us. So we're not trying to cause no division in the community. We need all the unity we can, even if it's not the top people who are presenting information and making content. If they don't get along, well, at least we got the people in the comments who's still neutral. You see what I'm saying? We still got the followers and subscribers and stuff who are neutral. Unity needs to be held wherever it's at. Let people have their differences and you stay out of it. And you're going to see later on in life, it's going to be a nice piece of wisdom in your family and outside your family. Do not try to piggyback on other people's beefs and join sides and all of that stuff. That's don't do it. Just let everybody hold their own.
Well, we're agents of truth. I'm on the side of the truth, and that's in the middle. You know what I mean? What's my man name? Monty Moose came on there. I got respect. I don't think people had a misunderstanding that I did not like dude. See what I'm saying? I don't they get. I guess people just get these thoughts in their head when we had these conversations and shit. And they see my videos, and I guess we just think and shit. But I don't have a personal thing. At the end of the day, we brothers and sisters in the same bullshit ass fight, right? And we got a disagreement on certain information, and I think people just get this misunderstanding, man, and they just want to just say shit that I think that the emotions might be carried with it, and all of that stuff. But nah, man, shout out to Be For Real for having us on there. And like I said, I believe today, I'm glad that happened. I was a little reluctant for the situation for you to go. I was like, damn, I don't know if that's good. I just
I did too. I did that, bro. I did that for 10 seconds. And then
I'm like, I don't know, but
I'm going.
Mo's that motherfucker that don't give a fuck. So I know either way it's all good. And then
I already had a little prep talk with myself. I was like, bro, do not snap.
Yeah,
just go over there and just chill. If somebody hits you on the chin, just hold it, eat it. Because I'm gonna have my time.
Yeah.
Do it. I'm letting you do whatever you're gonna do because it's coming. You can sit here, lie, twist, fight it, do all this shit, and try to beg, plead. But look, I'm doing what I'm doing, so you go ahead and get your shit off.
And I went over there, I saw Sutton, and I'm like, well, shit, let me get up here too. That way we all can talk. I think a lot of people wanted to hear us all in the same room together. I think a lot of people was getting it. But David, if your punk ass listening, you was corny, talking about that corny shit about Africa. See, them the motherfuckers we don't fuck with. I think that whole conversation was going real swell, and I think we were able to kind of pin out and hash out differences and disagreements, whether or not we probably ain't moved the dial on our beliefs at all, but we come together on a respectful manner. And then David come in there talking about fucking porn and fucking what the fuck does that got to do with the conversations that we had thus far? I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna do all these Pan-Africans and I got them all together. You ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. You know what I mean? And that's what we really did this live for his punk ass. I cordially invite you to come on over here.
Please do, because you ain't back down yet. You ain't troll yet. Hey. So you still welcome to come up. Everybody else, we already did a whole bunch of stuff for them and everything, and then they tried to come too late in the game and be like, okay, let's do. Nah, man, we already set up the date. We can't even do that. And the people that follow us want that presentation without all of your interruptions anyway. So we can't do that to them. And we can't do that for the people that we're actually doing it for, because it's not just the people who put out the false information. It's for the next generations and the young people coming up who don't even know about this situation yet. In a couple of weeks, a couple of months, and maybe some years, they're going to hear about it, but they also want to see that there's counter information available for them to see. But David, you're welcome anytime. Don't cross the line. You can still talk your shit and say your pseudo-scientific information and not present no sources, or you can come up here and prove us wrong.
Yeah, because we left the burners at the house, on purpose, just to not come in there with because we could have been on slide for slide and did all of that, but I didn't want to. I don't think we wanted to create that environment in there.
Right.
But over here, you can come over here and we want all that smoke, bro. All of that shit you was talking on the TikTok about the corn and whatever the fuck he was saying about we're not. Everything grew up over. I don't know. He just started getting real weird and we're better than Africa kind of thing attitude. And that's that arrogance that I don't fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like how why you got to be an anti-African indigenous person? Why can't you subscribe to what the fuck you subscribing to and leave African the fuck alone, or don't try to talk shit on Africa or talk down on Africa or Africans? And you can keep all your little Egypt in America talk and all of that shit to yourself without having to be disrespectful.
Right. Talking to me about some damn corn.
Yeah, I don't hear that shit.
Like he'll be African for some corn.
Always do that. Everybody at the bits to get at both of us.
Like, would you do that shit if somebody showed you, like, you found out that your DNA test came back 80% Native American, and then I proved to you that corn was in Africa?
I'd be like,
you gonna throw all that shit in the trash? Because I proved to you that corn.
Oh, I'm gonna take the corn over this shit. Like, nigga, you taking corn over your actual DNA? Okay, brother.
Right? He even gonna go against what his grandmother said. His grandmother may have told him. He did his genealogy, right? David said that he did extensive research to study and walk on this path and find out, the truth of himself. And he told me he gonna give it all up if we can prove corn was in Africa. Corn now. You gonna throw all your research away? Then what type of research is that if it could just get ruined with some corn?
You a corny ass dude for saying that. You know what I mean? You a corny ass dude for saying that. And my whole mood got like irked as soon as he came in there. My shit just nah. Because what you're not gonna do is come on a live when we're all chill and then disrespect Africa and all that dumb shit. That's why I'm like, that's the shit I'm talking about. You come on a live, we chilling, we ain't really talking shit. You lucky to have us all on the same motherfucking live over there. Cause that was a rare shit. We don't do that. There was we never really fucked with each other like that. But I think it was time, I guess y'all thought it was time before the fucking presentation to try to see what's going on with us or whatever the fuck that was. And I respect Be Real for doing that. But then like my man gets on there and just start kind of like putting us in debate mode. And I wasn't really going over there for that. That's, you know what I mean? I went over there to have a discussion with people that have different views than I had. And I don't know where the fuck the dude come from to even come talk to me about some dumb corn shit. Like, I'm used to talking to natural. Opium maybe a little bit because he be tripping with emotional. Shout out to Opium, right?
Right. He did good. Hey, Opium did good.
He did good too. Opium was real calm.
He did good.
And I'm, shout out to Opium, right? And but the David, he just come over there. I'm gonna come in swinging. What?
Yeah, I need to bow down.
Right, right.
Greatest.
All the facts.
We float like a butterfly.
Yo,
swing like a feather.
Talking about corn, dog. What the fuck we gonna do with corn in the conversation? Corny ass dude, bro. Corny.
Hey, bro. Make sure you pull up, get your sources ready, because you ain't about to come up here and start making bets I bet you can't prove corn was in Africa.
And
Bro, just get up here and show me that your black ass was over here from the beginning of time. All right, what's his name? Petery and all of them from the land before time and all. Show me that you these people. Dinosaur. That's what was over here. Dinosaur. Like, show me you a dinosaur. I'm not worried. Look, come on now. I don't care about corn. Corn can be wherever you want to place it at. I want to see humans. And I don't want to see rocks, bones that were encased in rocks. I want to see just bone testing.
Some corn. I shout out the natural for at least giving the book with something.
So, right, he got close to it.
Damn. You can come on in. I'm gonna do corn. What about this corn? Have y'all heard about the corn? Nobody give a fuck about no corn. Y'all tripping, man.
Share your screen.
All right. Damn.
We just gonna tell you to share your screen. Put it up on the screen. Send us the link.
Send us the link. And we go with it. These dudes are funny, man. Funny. But shit, we ain't gonna stay on here too long, man. Everybody tune in tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get the studio up and running. For Mr. Mo Facts, he is gonna celebrate the introduction to his book. If y'all have not picked up the book, go ahead and pick up the book. And he can drop a link in the chat on the book or whatever. Y'all can go ahead and pick that book up now,
Yeah, somebody put ututextbook.com in the chat.
So y'all go ahead and support family. We'll appreciate that. If y'all do that, we're gonna talk about that book tomorrow for a good hot minute. And if you have not,
what time we doing?
Shit. I think I'm still okay with 6. I think that's
you want to just do 7?
7 might be better. Yeah, between 6 and 7. All right. Because I got my youngin' and shit gonna be over here. But yeah, y'all go ahead and Lily put the link in. I'm sorry, yeah, she put it in the chat. Everybody go ahead and pre-order. I already pre-ordered my joint way back. So I'm excited for the brother. He put a lot of work and energy into this, and I'm here to support my brother. And I'm really happy for him to be able to put this work out. It ain't easy writing books. It ain't easy taking the time to do all of the study and the research that it takes to put into a type of book like this. So I commend the brother. We're gonna have a full talk about some of the stuff in the book tomorrow. So if you guys have not subscribed, I got my YouTube on live on my TikTok right now. So if I have not subscribed to Port City Vibes, I suggest y'all do. You are missing out on your history lessons if you do not subscribe. People that have already subscribed, I appreciate that. I really, really do. If you guys ever want to support Port City, you can support the team right here at portcityvibe.com. Go ahead and get you something nice. I have a whole store. These necklaces I sell. I don't really talk about it, but I do sell those. And we do have Cash App at Port City Vibes. Port City Vibes Cash App. That's only if y'all want to, if y'all want to. If not, it is.
Yeah, show your support.
Just, in case y'all want to show support, we got that. We got kids and shit too. So thank you guys for supporting anyway and coming up and being a part of this journey that we're having on our history and stuff like that, because we need to be able to tell the story right. We need to be able to tell a story in a way where it is historically correct. And we're, we'll concede to shit. Like we learned a lot of shit tonight about the whole DNA. The 17% could be the Central America and all that stuff. That's interesting to know. You know what I mean? It's all my information.
Facts, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to everybody. Make sure y'all support, repost, share, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Do your screen recording, little clips that you need. If y'all need us to say, if you want us to start over and say something, say, hey, start that over. Let me make a clip. Put that in the chat and we'll do it over for you if we can. If it doesn't get in the way of the presentation, we'll do it over for you. You got your little clip and post some content because this stuff is important. But thanks for supporting y'all. Make sure you drop the feathers in the chat throughout the outro. I want to see the whole thing full of feathers on this outro.
Drop the
We
mic.
need to fly. We trying to fly out to outer space just like these people. Can we fly with y'all, please? We want feathers too. Peace, y'all.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Mo, I'ma holler at you tomorrow. Shout out to motherfucking Mo, motherfucking Facts. I'm gonna close us out with the intro music, family. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless. Good night. Please, family, whatever you do, keep your African mind in contact with your soul, your mind, body, and soul. Don't ever lose that, family. Don't ever lose that. Stay tuned, family. This is a whole entire weekend where we're gonna celebrate the team. Tomorrow, stay tuned for Mo Facts. He's gonna go over that book again. In introduction to it. I'm excited myself, man. This brother right here did a whole comprehensive study and putting this shit in the book, man. This is us telling our story. This is us being able to study literature and study these things and put them out there. So I'm excited to hear it. He is a biblical freaking fanatic when it comes to like the material and shit like that. Like, you know, that's one thing I learned about this brother. He's really well read on the information, and I'm honored to have a brother like that on the team. So we're gonna talk all day, well, you know, all afternoon about his book. Please support it. If you guys can go catch this on the replay, his link is in there on my joint. Y'all go ahead and check that brother out. Shout out to Sutton. He had to go to bed early because, you know, it's a long weekend. He trying to get his rest and stuff like that. Shout out to Sutton. Shout out to Vanessa, who came out here earlier and was able to put that presentation about those haplogroups. We learned a whole lot about the ATCG. The ATCG is the genetic code that all humans possess. So, you know, look at the research, you know, pay attention to what we're saying and stuff like that. Like I said before, this ain't a personal attack on anyone. Okay? I want to be very clear, but this is a full attack on the information, and we can battle on the information and the sources and shit like that. That's all this is about. So I mean, I hope the misunderstanding I guess the misunderstanding that people might have had, or the preconceptions that people might have had about the team, got aired out today. You know what I'm saying? And I think everybody was pretty much mature enough on that platform that Be For Real was able to have us on to be able to get that out there. So shout out to her. Me and her don't agree all the time. We had some disagreements for the jump, but you know, we're willing to come together on a platform to discuss differences and to be able to get them out to you guys that way too. TikTok will always shut your shit down. So people that's on the outside that's in TikTok looking in, shout out to Patrice. Y'all need to come on over here because one day, you know, my shit not be on there. I'll be gone for a whole week. You know, I just lose a lot by not being on there. So a lot of the times I'm posting on YouTube. A lot of the content you guys might have not seen before is definitely on YouTube. So go ahead and make that transition over. The link to the YouTube is in my bio. You know what I mean? Appreciate you guys. I really, really do. Again, I'm gonna go ahead and shout out my store, portcityvibe.com. Go ahead and get you something nice. If you like it, go ahead. I can try to get these bracelets out to you. I got some bracelets I gotta send out now. I'm getting busy with these damn orders. I gotta probably get somebody to help me ship this shit. But thank you guys for your support. Support my man Mo and Suitin and everybody out here. You know, is a one big family. Yusuf, if you listening, bring your ass back here. You're more than welcome, my brother. All right, I'm calling you my brother. All right, because at the end of the day, we can disagree, but you know, we all brothers, and we might have disagreements. But I'm adult enough to recognize our disagreements, and we can come together to have a discussion about them. And you're more than welcome. Make sure you have your sources intact and all of that good stuff when you do. That way, I can share it for you, man, and give you a good, you know, you can have full autonomy on sharing your sources over here with me. I ain't rant, fam, because you know it's all good, bro. you know, you can talk your more shit over here. It's all good, you know. Or can you check your settings? People comments are getting blocked for little things. Oh shit. Damn, I don't even know. I gotta look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. Yeah, facts. Better pull up, man. Come on in there. Come on in there, man. So you know, yeah, you come on in here, man, and you know we can do this where it's regulated in a respectful way, and I'll send that invite to anybody that might want to have a discussion, and we need, you know, talk to us and see where the fuck y'all coming from, and we need to bring the full clip loaded with the information. We ready to pop on that ass, but you know, if we're just having a discussion, you know, we need to know that. So Be for all, I think, was able to do that on there and shit like that. So you know, I know we all disagree, but I mean, for us to be on a platform like that today and getting a little bit of that shit out, I think that was kind of unique and stuff like that. Cause you never see us all on the same jump. I don't know what the fuck happened with Earth Speaks. They broke fucking ranks with that dude quick. I tried to tell y'all a long time ago, but he be trying to like get people to debate him apparently, and just nobody wants to, you know, like subscribe to his debates and shit. He's just like, debate me 7 o'clock prime. What's up? He did that shit to me, y'all. That motherfucker blocked me for some odd fucking reason after I pushed the shit in with the Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, that shit he was reading. Come to find out, fucking Lord Natural, shout out to him for giving him that book. We've unmaxed the person who gave him the book, and the real fucking person that gave him the book is motherfucking Lord. See, Lord be reading them fucking books. I give shout out to him for that. But anyway, apparently somebody gave him the book and he was reading it and shit. And I debunked him on the book. He came on a live argument with me after he done blocked me because I was debunking this shit about Augustus Leplejon and how he went into the Yucatan and all of that shit. Please look at these videos because I've done all that before. And yeah, he got on there and was like, you know what? Meet me for a debate at 7 o'clock. And I'm like, nigga, you just blocked me all this time, bro. Right? And expect for me to just jump up and hop up into the debate that I'm, you know, I didn't even think about debating you after this. It's just more or less you need to listen to what I say about that book, that pseudo book you talking about, bro. You're gonna get this work that way. And then he blocks me again. And then I guess he did that shit to Natural too. And Natural's like, fuck you, dog. Shout out to Natural for saying I don't fuck with you no more. I knew that shit was gonna come, but yeah, that's wild. That is fucking wild. But either way, we coming at y'all with this information. So, you know, we came diplomat. You know, we all diplomatically discussed our shit. But you know, 22nd is still gonna approach, and the dawn is almost here. And you know, we're just gonna put this information out. Because I think the public need to know a little bit of the history. I'm gonna talk about Augustus Leplejon again. I'm gonna kind of recap on my shit again. The slave trade. I think I'm gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about privateering. Just a little bit of things. I've been kind of dropping a little cherries here and there. If you guys have not been following the YouTube already, I'll probably recap on most of the things that I've already talked about into one packaged presentation. The first part of the joint going to be just debunking a lot of these crazy claims. Like I said, we attacking the motherfucking claim, not the person. We're attacking the claim, not the person. So most of the shit is attacking what people said and kind of taking their source and dismantling their source. So that's the first line of attack right there. Is I'm gonna tell y'all the playbook on how I'm gonna come at you. You know what I'm saying? So be prepared for that. And if anybody want to come down to the death row and get in, you know, to an interrogation room and we have a discussion about it, I'm down for it. It's all good. It is all good. You know, so shout out to Yusuf. He was crazy enough to come in and talk, but he ain't had no motherfucking sources. And it's the motherfucking Source Awards, and we motherfucking death row. We motherfucking death row. Okay? So this is the Source Awards. Welcome to death row. Come to death row. Okay? But nah, like respect to him for coming in. And like I said, you more than welcome, bro, to come your ass back in here with them sources. I think he might do it because my man in there, Mr. Robinson, if I'm pronouncing my name right, shout out to him because he came in here and he put that work in too. He went and what he did, he went and discussed the Slave Voyages site, slavevoyages.org. I believe that's the name of the site, right? And he was just kind of illustrating how we can go in there and kind of extract information from that particular site without just doing a little quick overview of it and not really going to work with the information and actually looking in it and clicking and looking and clicking and looking and actually finding information that will directly point you back to a source. And it all goes back to a source. Now, we've all read different books, right? And Mr. Robinson gets on here and he talks about the slave shit that's illustrated in the Slave Voyages. I got fucking documents illustrated of that shit. It connects. I've talked about Liverpool slave trade. I've talked about Bristol slave trade in the ships and shit. Like, this is stuff I talked about. So how can all of these different brothers with the unique grasp on history come together and explain this shit to y'all, and y'all not understand these facts, but y'all let somebody else who don't really understand these facts tell y'all any goddamn thing? You know what I mean? Like I said, this is a shot on the information. Half the stuff that we're saying comes out of the books that they may have suggested. And shout out to my man, what's his name, Monty Moose, or whatever my name is. I don't have a problem with you. I'm gonna say this on my joint right now. I've never had a problem with you. And I do have a problem with some of the information that you came out publicly with, right? And that's the only problem I have. You know what I mean? So I don't want nobody in between us and the information coming over here thinking that I have a personal problem with you, bro, or anybody that I might have said something to. Unless you really disrespect me, like, I don't really got a problem with you. But we can debate the information, anytime. I'm okay with that. And I respect that you came to that platform that we was on, and you didn't give me no disrespect either. And you know what I'm saying? And we can talk about the book and have differences and shit like that. That's okay. That's all right. We can agree to disagree. But as far as the disrespect, I don't want you thinking that I'm trying to disrespect you personally, because a lot of people do. A lot of people think I'm talking about their mamas and shit, or their grandmamas and shit. I ain't never say that shit to nobody. I'm not that type of person that do that. I got class, when it comes to shit like that. I'm not gonna attack you personally unless you said some fucked up shit to me. Now I'll take shots at the information, and that, I think a lot of people get their feelings hurt with the information per se. But other than that, I ain't talking about your mama or your grandmama or all of that other crazy shit that y'all try to inject into the opinion of us. Y'all ain't never heard poets say anything about nobody's grandmother. Shit, I got respect for all grandmamas. It is what it is. Now if we don't see eye to eye on evidence and facts, that's just kind of how it is. We agree to disagree. And that's just kind of where we're at right now. So family, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I've been long-winded. This motherfucking live went about 4 hours. Damn. Y'all better be liking this shit. Catch me on a replay, family. If you are tuning in for the first time, you missed it, go ahead and press the rewind and catch a recap. We had a lot of information presented to the family tonight. So thank you guys for hanging in real late. I be staying on here longer than I do on fucking TikTok. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Everybody stay tuned tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna have more facts in the motherfucking building, talking about his book. Shout out to that brother. I'm gonna leave you guys with my motherfucking theme joint, a little intro joint. I just like this fucking beat so hard. So hard. Family. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless. Good night to everybody.
I gotta fix the whole if people think getting kicked out, I apologize. That ain't doing it. I'm about to go to bed though now. I'm about to go to bed though now. What happened to the music? It's supposed to be the outro joint. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's it. Shout out to the tree. Shout out to Shonda. Everybody be prepared for April 22nd. We're going to have a mega presentation. Major push alert.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.